Meeting to order. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Soria, I believe, is joining us through Zoom. Councilmember Soria?
I'm present.
Thank you. Councilmember Carbasi?
Here.
Councilmember Arias?
Present.
Councilmember Chavez, I believe, will be in later today. Councilmember Bredefeld?
Here.
Vice President Maxwell?
Present.
And Council President Esparza?
Present.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone will please stand and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance afterward. We'll have the invocation by Pastor Pete from Cross Church. Pastor Pete, are you with us? Yeah, I'm right here. Oh, come on down. Yeah. Welcome.
Thank you. Shall we pray? Our fathers, we stand before your presence this morning. We look unto you. We thank you for this day, and we thank you for all the leaders that are here and the decisions that will be made. We pray that you would give us wisdom, that you would impart to them the wisdom as well. As Solomon said, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. And Lord, as the decisions are made, we pray for that wisdom that not only comes with knowledge, but being able to appropriately make decisions with that knowledge that one retains. Let your Holy Spirit lead and guide them, guide this entire meeting, and may your will be done, for we ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Councilmember Bredefeld, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and with liberty and justice for all.
Moving on to the approval of the agenda. Could I get well, actually, clerk, I guess we'll go there. Are there any changes to the agenda before we approve it?
Yes, I have received a few changes, and I would like to note we have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators through Zoom, closed captioning available on our city's website, and we do have our in-house Spanish translator for people in the chamber who might need it, and I'll give her a second to introduce herself.
Muy buenos días a todos y bienvenidos. Esta junta se llevará a cabo en el lenguaje de inglés, pero tenemos interpretación simultánea disponible en español. Si gusta escuchar la junta en español, por favor encuéntreme atrás del cuarto hacia la izquierda para poder entregarle un dispositivo. De igual manera, si gusta participar en la porción de comentario público, hágalo con libertad, ya que también habrá interpretación disponible. Muchas gracias.
And of course, Councilmember Soria will be joining us via Zoom. Councilmember Chavez will be in attendance a bit later this morning. Consent calendar item 1D, that is file ID 22945, regarding the amendment with Csda Design Group regarding noise abatement, has been moved to the contested consent calendar by Vice President Maxwell, and a correction to the 10:10 a.m. item regarding Park West Development Agreement does need to be read into the record, and I can do that now. This is for the development agreement, which is Exhibit J, Section 5.6, Paragraph 3 of Part B on page 21. Currently reads, developer will pay for any park improvement costs that exceed $900,000, and that should read, developer will pay for any park improvement costs that exceed $987,264. So that correction is now in the record, and those are all the changes I have this morning.
Okay, very short list thus far. I'm going to go in order. Councilmember Soria, do you have any additional changes to the agenda?
No.
Councilmember Carbasi? No. Councilmember Arias?
Just want to pull item 1C for separate discussion.
Wow, C or Z?
C as in cat.
C as in cat. Okay, so that's pulled. That's not removed. That's just pulled for discussion. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah, yes, I'd like to pull item 1E. I'd like to register a no vote on 1N as in Nancy. I'd like to pull item 1O and my favorite 1P.
Okay.
And also, I wanted to declare that I have a conflict on 5A. I have to recuse myself because of a conflict under the Political Reform Act.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Council Vice President Maxwell.
Yes, Council President, I had previously pulled item 1D as in dog for discussion, but I'm going to go ahead and leave that on the consent calendar this morning.
All right, so we're going to tuck that back into consent. Any additional changes? No. Okay, that brings
So,
us,
Council President, sorry,
Yes.
I thought we were just doing changes and not pulling yet.
either way, yeah. That's fine.
I did have something that I wanted to pull.
Please.
1G,
G, as in,
yes, as in Gary.
okay.
Is that with 2 R's?
Gary.
All right, so was just that 1G is the only one you'd like to pull for discussion?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, and you do reserve the right, once we get to the consent calendar, to pull them again. Okay. I don't think I'm pulling anything from consent or removing anything from the agenda. I will declare that I do have a conflict on 5A and 5B. My name is on both of those closed session items, so I will not be participating in 5A or 5B. Any additional changes before we wrap this up? Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So move. Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. We have a member on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and call the roll.
Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi. Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez, absent. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye. All right, so the agenda is approved, 6-0. We'll move on to ceremonial presentations. We have one proclamation this morning. That's for John Lee Walker Day. That's sponsored by Councilmember Bredefeld.
Oh, there you go, sir. Come on up, Mr. Walker. Yeah, one of the great things that we get to do here at the City Council is recognize people who've done great things in our community, have a long, distinguished career, and one of those individuals is here today, Mr. Walker. And so I think I'm going to let your son talk briefly about his accomplishments and let you then have the mic as well. So here you go.
Thank you. I really appreciate this. And, you know, I've been working on a mini documentary on YouTube of all the stories I've heard throughout my entire life from my dad. And to my shock, they were true. So, you know, the man, you know, came up in radio in the 70s, into the 80s, and traveled the country, came here to Fresno, and stayed put. That's where I was born. I've been here my whole life, and, you know, really laid down roots. And you know, I know he's a huge supporter of the Valley. He coached football here. He's helped change lives here. And just really, I appreciate the council for recognizing him and just how much this means to me personally, and I'm sure him as well, even though. Thanks, I appreciate it.
I'm humbled more than anything else. I just found out about this moments ago, so I'm still crying. I've been in Fresno a long time. Long time. Back to Mayor Dale Doig and Mayor Karen Humphrey, and in this location that brings to mind. I love this town, love the Valley, and I'm very appreciative and very humbled, and thank you very much.
And why don't you say a little bit about your radio background?
The radio background, I came here from KISS FM in Los Angeles, which is a radio station in Los Angeles. They told me at that time I was coming to a small town that was, you know, more cows than people. They had a lot of things to say. I actually came here and found it to be totally different. I loved everybody. I loved the people. I'm originally from Mississippi, and I worked in Miami and a lot of places, but I ended up in Fresno, and I loved it. So I was here until 79 through 87. And in 87, I decided to get out of radio and open a business. So I've been a business owner in Fresno for about 40 years. And I've just retired this year. So again, I'm humbled and I appreciate it. And
He said retired.
yeah.
He said semi-retired.
I'm semi-retired, yeah. I'm doing, working as a marshal at Airways Golf Course. So if anybody wants to play golf, come out and see us at Airways. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Would you read the proclamation?
Certainly. Whereas, born in Jackson, Mississippi in the mid-50s, John Lee Walker fell in love with radio. He met Sharon, his wife of 41 years in Fresno, and has 2 children, Ashlyn and Justin. From an early age, he began listening to Chicago radio from over 600 miles away. He says listening to that radio is what inspired him to enter the industry, and eventually, he got his first shot at an on-air role at WJXN in Jackson. Soon after, John was crowned Jackson's best DJ, and as a reward, he was given the chance to take on 7-foot, 3-inch, 700-pound Victor the Wrestling Bear at the Mississippi State Fair in front of a crowd of fairgoers. Needless to say, Victor won the match, and whereas, his radio career spanned both coasts with stops in New Orleans, Tucson, Miami, and Los Angeles before finally settling in Fresno in the early 80s. John's popular Fresno-focused morning show, John Lee Walker in the Morning, featured prominent Fresno State Bulldogs of the time, including Kevin Sweeney. In the late 1980s, after moving on from an on-air role, John opened a radio research firm in Fresno. He produced 2 locally grown music-based television shows, Rockin' Central Valley in 1986 and Rockin' California in 2003. And whereas a fervent supporter of the Central Valley, John is a regular supporter of Bulldog athletics, and during the construction of the Save Mart Center in the early 2000s, became an arena builder. For a decade, John helped craft young athletes as defensive coordinator for the San Joaquin Memorial football team, helping lead them to the Valley Championship in 2004. His players would tell you that it wasn't the defensive schemes they'll remember from his coaching, but the life lessons he was able to pass along. And whereas his exploits in the radio industry, for better or worse, have been documented in the digital docuseries The Face for Radio, which is a self-deprecating and honest look at his radio career in the 70s and early 80s. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council members, do hereby honor, recognize, and proclaim Thursday, June 23rd, 2022 to be John Lee Walker Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so the next portion of our meeting is going to be council member reports and comments, and I'll go ahead and take that in order. First up is going to be council member Soria.
None to report, Council President. Thank you.
Okay. Council member Carabasi, do you have a report this morning?
No report, but I do have some motions I want to put into the hopper.
Okay, so let's, clerk, let us know when you're ready, and then if we can send those in writing as well.
Will do.
To Henry and to the clerk.
Okay. So the first would be allocating $100,000 towards Pinedale improvements, including monument signs for their centennial.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you.
Wait, I'm sorry. Say that again?
All right, I'll email them to you.
I know, but
But it's $100,000 towards to Pinedale neighborhood improvements, including the monument signs for their centennial. $150,000 towards median island improvements, including Bullard Avenue between Fig Garden Drive and Carnegie. This is related to the Rebuild Fresno from last year.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember. The next one, actually, I want to have a conversation real quick, and I'm sorry. Well, I had some confusion over one of my motions. Remember last year we approved $1 million towards River West. It was a mitigation measure for all the access to the river.
The traffic.
The traffic
Yep.
and all those things. It wasn't actually included in the budget, even though we voted for it. So I know that they're planning on allocating that money over time. I just want to make sure that we actually have it safe in the budget.
So your motion is for the complete allocation?
Yes, I think that we had that last year, but it didn't go through. So I just want to talk to the city manager. What do I have to do to ensure that that money is secure for this project?
It's a hard, it's, I just want to be 100% honest.
Yes.
You could make a motion to fund the entire funding for the 23 budget, even though we won't be able to spend it in 23. But, and we will, as the administration, commit to bring back in the 24 budget what needs to be spent in 24.
Right. Okay, that's fine. The problem I had was right now, it's on the list of traffic signals, it's towards the bottom. Now, my understanding is if there is funding, it does move up.
Yes, so
So what do I, and maybe if Scott can speak to that, what do I need to do as a council member to work with the administration to make sure this is moved up in the list?
Good morning, Council. Scott Moser, Public
We're in
Works.
design right now.
Just in response to that, the FY23 budget as proposed has the engineering design phase of 2 projects along Audubon. One is the Audubon Del Mar traffic signal. That's included, I believe, I don't have that right in front of me at the moment, I believe that's $75,000 in the 23 budget as proposed. Then the Audubon Lexington intersection improvements, which are tentatively planned as a roundabout. That's in the budget for just over $100,000 in design. And then in the budget before you, it does show the FY24 with over $1 million on the Audubon Lexington intersection. And then we would anticipate, again, this needs to be fully addressed with the San Joaquin River Conservancy, but we anticipate that River West project funding some portion or perhaps all of the construction of the Del Mar Audubon traffic signal. So, and we do have the River West design funding over $3 million in the proposed budget as well.
So let me just ask this one follow-up question then. What's the best we're going to expect to have any kind of improvements along Audubon to break up the traffic and the basically the detour it creates? What's the soonest we'll have anything, whether it's on Lexington or Del Mar?
The soonest, just given the need to design a traffic signal design, is about 9 months with an expedited process. We've got to get PG&E power and such, so we would expect both those projects could be funded for construction in fiscal year 24, and then they would both be built at that time. So by FY24, we would then mean really that's going to translate into spring to summer calendar year 2024 construction on both projects.
Okay, then what I'll do is I won't make the motion. I think that we have an understanding out here, and I appreciate that, City Manager, and thank you, Scott. And I want to take these guys to the river. We can't cross the street on Audubon, so I got to find a way to keep these guys safe. So, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Councilmember, on the motion that you made regarding Pinedale, you said also the arches, you said $100,000 for improvements, and
We're not going to do the arches. It's
Okay,
just
thank
it's
you.
way too expensive.
yes, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And thank you, Scott, for that information. Monument sign. Thank you.
Okay, got it.
All set, Councilmember Carbasi? Councilmember Arias, any report this morning?
No reports, but I do have 3 additional motions since David Tao suggested I only made 22. They are motion to designate at least 1 officer to Motel Drive and the homeless shelters to be assigned to the Southwest District.
Second.
A motion to repair the Kearney frontage from Thorn Avenue to Marks Avenue and Hughes from Whitesbridge to Kearney Avenue.
Second.
And motion to fund $100,000 for the 2022 Fiestas Patrias in downtown Fulton Street.
Second.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Chavez is not here. Councilmember Rutherford? Council Vice President?
No updates to report out, but I do want to make a few clarifications on prior motions I had made, and then 2 new additional motions as well that I forgot to make on Monday, Council President. These are motions that I've made before without a dollar amount. City Manager and Parks Department has got me dollar amounts, so I'm just amending them to include the dollar amounts. This was a combined motion, $6,000 for new goalposts and nets for the hockey rinks at Cary Park, $250,000 for the design phase of El Dorado Park, $750,000 for faucets and a restroom at Large Park, $350,000 for parking lot lighting improvements at Reedy Park, also known as Discovery Center, $450,000 for a tot lot at University Park, similar to the one at Toll House Park, $1 million for a dedicated pickleball court at Vinland Park. Those are my updated motions and my two additional, can I get a second on those? Thanks.
Second.
And my two additional motions, the first one, let me see if I have some exact wording here, to allocate $2 million towards the eviction protection program and an additional $50,000 to go towards the tenant relocation assistance program.
Second that.
Can I get those new motions repeated one last time? And the second was,
And I will email you the exact wording too.
Thank you.
It was $2 million to go towards the eviction protection program and $50,000 to go towards the tenant relocation assistance program.
Got it.
And I second those motions.
I seconded it.
I withdraw my second.
All right.
Excuse me, was that one motion with two parts, or was that two separate motions, Councilmember Maxwell?
Make it one motion.
Thank you.
Councilmember Maxwell, did you say also $1 million for pickleball court at Vinland?
For the design and construction, it's unlikely to get through the whole phase during one fiscal year, but I'll set that aside for now. But that's correct, Councilmember.
Okay.
That's in motion number one. It's just a clarification.
Okay.
Not a new motion.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
I'd like to make a motion to put a smile on the mayor's face.
You might do it if you leave.
Councilmember Chavez, would you like to do a councilmember report or comments? Or do you have any additional motions? No motions? Now or forever hold your peace. Okay. All right. That brings us to me then. So I don't have any comments. I do have a motion. I will say, as I've said every Thursday this month, Happy Pride. And my one motion is going to be, let's see here. It's going to be a motion to allocate $25,000 to the council support budget for the operation of the City of Fresno Women's Commission. We'll go ahead and I'll get that to you in writing, to you and Henry. So if everybody can just take a second right now, I'm going to do it here when I have a minute on my computer. I get those in writing because I'd like to get an updated sheet for us as we proceed with the motion votes here probably later this morning, maybe the afternoon, depending how long the rest of this meeting goes. So just for the sake of the order of operations, we're going to take on the regular meeting, the public portion of it. Then we will vote on the budget motions that we've heard throughout the last week and a half, 2 weeks. And then we'll go to closed session at the very, as sort of the last portion of the meeting. So that's the order of operations today. I believe that concludes council member comments and reports. City manager, mayor.
Really quick, get my notes. Want to remind everybody, we're opening the Animal Center next Tuesday. We'll be having a public celebration of that beginning at 1 o'clock at the center, and I'm trying to dig up the information for the address. Do I have that? 5277 East Airways Boulevard, out by the Gap Distribution Center. So want to, obviously I know council already knows that, but want to make sure the public is aware to it. Will be open to the public. They'll be able to walk through it. We're super excited for this, huge accomplishment for the city. Thank you so much to Alma Torres, who has brought it across the finish line after she took the baton from Greg Barfield. So thank you, council members.
All right. So let's move on to the consent calendar. So far, I have these items pulled. Item 1C is in cat, pulled by Councilmember Arias. 1E, pulled by Councilmember Bredefield. 1G, pulled by Councilmember Soria.
Council President, I don't need to pull 1G after all.
Okay, all right, let me cross that off. We'll tuck that back in.
Thank you.
Item 1O and 1P by Councilmember Bredefield. Are there any additional items pulled for discussion? Okay, short and sweet.
And you got the no vote for me on N.
I can't hear you.
You got the no vote, you got it. A no vote
Oh, yeah,
on
the
N.
recusals and the
Oh,
no
yeah,
votes.
Recusals and the no vote. Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, actually, no, we need to do roll call. So, clerk, please call the roll. Oh,
Do we have the motion and the second on the?
I'll make a motion to approve the,
Second.
oh, wait, sorry. Public comment.
Right.
Public comments. Almost caught myself. All right. It happens sometimes. Didn't have my orange juice this morning. All right, so at this time, I'll go ahead and open up public comments on the consent agenda, on unscheduled communication, and also closed session. So if you would like to comment on any of those, now would be the time. If you're in the chamber and like to speak, please fill out a yellow card, bring it up to the clerk. We'll make sure you get an opportunity. If you're on Zoom, please raise your hand and we'll get to you on Zoom as well. So I have a few cards here in the chamber to begin with. First speaker is going to be Cindy Piombino.
Good morning, Council, Council President, and Vice President, Mayor Dyer. My name is Cindy Piombino. I'm with Christ Helping Hands. I am an outreach worker and an advocate for the homeless. I'm in full support of ARPA funds going for a tiny lot. I see $1 million on the budget. I'd like to see more. I don't know if that's possible, but we need it. We need safe lots or tiny homes. It's a crisis out there. We have a lot more homeless on the streets. I'm in full support of mental health. I worked going out on all FPD calls to the homeless. That's immediate. We should have already had that. I thought the HEART team would have that. I'm very disappointed it's not with the HEART team. And I hope in the parks budget that there is money set aside for the warming and cooling centers. And we do need those PSAs out and flyers, and we need to let the community know. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Cindy. Next up is going to be Timmy. Timmy, are you with us?
Good morning, Council. Last week I attempted to inform you guys about the condition and the treatments of the homeless in the shelters that have endured. I haven't as much as scratched the surface, nor do I believe I even got 2 minutes could suffice enough time to even tell you guys. But I digress. As I previously mentioned before, the treatment the residents have been receiving is far from exceptional. I understand the guidelines and rules play a big part in these programs, and without them, it's no doubt in my mind that chaos would ensue. But where does one draw the line? When has one had enough, you know? The complications of homelessness does not just wash away from a shower and a cheap meal, you know? Personally, I've grown tired of being treated like a lower class human being. Before I get into the next part, I want to clarify that not all the staff have acted inappropriately. Some are very caring, supportive, and understanding, and they take their job seriously, and they do their job wonderfully. But there are a few rotten apples in every batch of just as there's a few rotten apples in every batch of homeless, the ones that are mirrored in is our caretakers. On occasion, few members of the staff have let power get to their heads and must have forgotten that we too are in fact people too. It seems that the security has begun to believe that they may be like some kind of prison yard CO or the list just goes on, man. And I've watched residents being like, excuse me, man. I'm just gonna be real with y'all, man. I've watched people get turned away from eating meals, man. just because they didn't live in the gates of these shelters. And I've watched people get kicked out over some petty stuff, man. And then I've watched people not get kicked out for stuff that they should have been kicked out for. So there's favoritism there. And these staff members, they're acting as if they don't know. The implications of being homeless don't just like go away, you know? Just because you put us in a room and give us this program, it's not helping them. They need somebody that can relate to them. They need somebody that can show them, like unconditionally care about them. The program we got going on, man, it's not working, man. It's not working. And it needs to get revamped. Because I don't see like there's people going back out to the same places that we're spending all this money on to get them out of. There's still tents on the side of the freeway. There's still tents on the train tracks, and we're spending all this money to get them off. But then they're going right back. Why is that? It's because the program isn't. It's not working for them.
Thank you, Timmy. We're over 3 minutes now.
My bad.
Appreciate it. Thank you. So before I move on to the next speaker, a couple things again to my colleagues. If you can please, I saw your email come through, City Clerk. If we could please get your motions in. I'm emailing mine right now, so we can get the updated copy before we vote. And then additionally to the public, I know I said unscheduled communication, consent calendar, and closed session. Just for the public's benefit, there won't be any separate comment for the motions that we'll be doing. So if you would like to comment with respect to those, now would also be the time.
Council President, could I make two motions?
Oh yeah.
Is that right?
That's fine, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to fund landscaping the median islands on Copper Avenue between Friant and Chestnut. Second. And $1 million to fund a brand-new 8-court tournament facility for pickleball at Rotary East Park.
I'll second it on the condition that it happens after the District 4 one. No, you
No
got
conditions.
You got my second, council member.
Thank you.
Council President, I do have one last motion. Motion to set aside $300,000 for ballot measure V as in Victor and C as in cat.
Second.
Okay.
What are those ballots?
All right.
And
Again,
I'm sorry, who was the second on Gary's motions?
I was second motion.
All right. Mike was the first. Oh, perfect. Thank you.
okay, any other impromptu motions? All right, that's it. We're cutting off motions. Yeah. Councilmember Chavez said motion sickness. All right, let's move back on to public comment as we were. Next, here in the chamber is going to be Des Martinez. And the assistant city manager has informed me that we did, again, relax parking today as well.
Hello and good morning. I have a message here from Chewy. She is currently in rehab and she cannot make it. So if I can play her video for today.
You can use your 3 minutes however you'd like.
Okay, thank you.
I want to talk about something that I take very seriously. Mental illness in Fresno and all these cops and Dyer and these millions of dollars they're wanting to spend for more cops so they can show up and batter people. I don't get it. Does anybody else see anything wrong with this? I mean, think about this for a minute, folks. They make clinicians take years of psychology going to school to deal with mentally ill. And Fresno has got some severely twisted, mentally ill people. I don't know if you noticed, but most of the majority of the homeless population have mental illness. I mean, you would assume they have to stay out there like that all their lives. I know personally.
Sorry.
And I still need help. But here's my point. I'm tired of being beat up by the police. because they don't understand my emotions. Hell yes, I'm angry. I'm angry because I keep getting beat up by people that swear they're supposed to protect and serve me. And then some nimnut wants to hire more. For what? Aren't you guys supposed to have some kind of sensitivity training or something? I think officers should have to go to school the same way a clinician or a social worker has to go to school. But no, they get to go to a police academy for a couple of weeks. What is it, 6 to 8 weeks? So they can learn how to batter people that can't defend themselves. There's something wrong with this, and I feel strongly about it. And I wish everybody would take this into consideration when they're running to their poll booths or running to City Hall, voting for more police. More police isn't going to help. More people with compassion and empathy, that helps. I promise you. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next here in the chamber, going to have Brandy N. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. I want to ask, first of all, that that there would be a separate time for the budgets during that budget time, because I know some of us prepared to speak on different things now and then later, and some people are not we're planning to speak during that time and was not expecting to speak that early. So if that could be an accommodation, that'd be great. Anyways, I'm grateful for the ARPA recipients, especially know that Marjorie Mason, who I contacted not too long ago, needs all the support they can get, and I support them. Regarding cooling centers, I asked for comprehensive outreach to ensure that our community and the unhoused know about the cooling centers and information, because most don't know about that. And that what Soria said about moving the time to, the temperature to 100 at least, or 95, changes be made, and that there would be accommodations for pets at all the community centers, so that when it's not a cooling center temperature, everyone can access that. I wanted to state for someone, I have a friend, I have a statement to make for her. But me personally, I find the statements that Breda made regarding the Pride events and prayer and his involvement in yesterday's event unacceptable and harmful to our community at large, especially those in the LGBTQ community. Words matter. Ellie, a Christian and part of the LGBTQ community, who wants her children to be safe in Fresno, has a message on reading on her behalf. She said, "I can say that his words and Twitter feed made me feel scared to come to his district, that he is using his bully pulpit and mixing it with a perverse gospel to condemn entire groups of people in a way that empower hatred in other parts of our city. It makes the vulnerable feel weak and scared. Bredefield says that he is a defender of the Constitution, but the Constitution states that I have a right to exercise my religion freely. His actions prove time and time again that it's not about freedom of religion for all or freedom of speech for all, but freedom only for people who walk and talk and think like him. And that isn't America, that isn't Fresno. I appreciate it. Again, this is Ellie. That by raising the pride flag at City Hall, the city is telling the LGBTQ plus community that Fresno is a safe space for all. But Bredefield's actions on social media and beyond have deeply undermined that. I would ask that the council, if he uses it if he's using Twitter as a private citizen or representative, because he speaks with authority given to him as a member of the council. And I would challenge the council to resolve that official members should not have the right to use their position to intimidate or cyberbully. That is from my friend Ellie. Just in case you don't do it, I want to throw in, thank you for the eviction protection. Would love to see $3 million on there. I want to add other things, push for other things on the motions, for mental health first aid training for all who work with the unhoused, comprehensive services, mental health professional, part of heart, accommodations for pets at cooling centers, free rides to cooling and warming centers and the community center at large. Water stations to be installed outside of city buildings, for the park ranger program to be its own department and not in the police department, for mental health triage, and I really hope that we have a time to be able to bring up our concerns separately during the budget part.
Thank you, Brandy. Yeah, there will be public comment before the final vote on the budget next week, additionally. Next speaker is going to be Fernando Paul Elizondo.
Peace be with you. Do I get 3 minutes or just 2?
You get 3 like everybody else today.
I know everybody else seems longer than I do. I know you don't want to hear what I have to say, but how about reading it? Okay. First of all, I've been hearing these comments from all these people, and I have a suggestion that you guys put a suggestion box and get it straight from the people. They're the ones that are suffering. Make a program where they get involved to help the solution to their dilemma, okay? What we have here now is too much corruption. You should never put that flag up, okay? There's a misprint, but we can live with that, okay? This flag, I have a military background. A flag constitutes a victory. There should not be no victory against an abomination against God, right? Are you with me, or does it fall on deaf ears? Okay. So anyway, today we have a new beginning, like every day. Let's make the best of it, you know? Mr. Benefield made the best of it. He's for the right things now. Mr. Miguel, I remember last week when you did a good presentation, and Miss Esmeralda, and I commended you. Credit where credit is due, okay? You did a good job. Now on this agenda about a raise, that's a slap in the face for everybody else, okay? They're doing all the hard work, and you guys kicking back, so to speak, and you want to raise a 70% raise? Come on, man. I was in a union, the most we ever got was 6%, and we're one of the top unions. I understand you guys go through a lot, but you chose to do that, so don't try to live beyond your means, okay? We all are in it together, like I said in the commercial. We all have to suffer this dilemma of economics, gouging. That's all it is, gouging. The government is behind it. They make money on taxes without even raising taxes. They just call it, inflation. You know? It's inflation, it's actually taxation. Now they get double or more than they were getting before. They didn't have to do nothing but blame the other guy. Oh, it's his fault. Ukraine. What's Ukraine got to do with our gas? The gas today is being expended because in the future it's not going to be necessary. So they're getting top dollar now. But anyway, let's put a work order, or what you want to call it, for a new suggestion box and get these people that are out there, put them on the program. They can have you do the right solutions.
Thank you.
know?
Yes, it's past 3 minutes now. Thank you.
That was the longest 3 minutes I had.
Pedro Navarro Cruz here in the chamber.
Good morning, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you all to the council members that took the time to meet with the Fresno Parks Advocates United through CNC. We thank for the motions that are supporting our ideas, and we also look forward in following years to continue doing this work and continue to look for ideas to engage folks and to look for ways to bring folks to the parks. I know the parks is something that people have a lot of enthusiasm for, and there are those that don't because they just don't believe that there are funds for it. But we're really excited about that. Thank you, Tyler, for the goals at Cary Park. I think that's going to make a big difference, and for supporting also the fee waiver voucher program. We look forward to continue talking about that and how we can improve it and see how the pilot year goes. And yeah, just also special thanks to Esmeralda Soria. During her tenure, she has been really a prime example of including folks through these parks processes, even before Measure P. So just would like for y'all to look at the way she approached the parks as a model to include more people. But other than that, I do want to support what our partner orgs here are are sharing in regards to housing, all the motions that they're sharing, and in particular to the EPP. I know some folks are using that service, but it's not as great as we would have hoped for. So I'm just hoping that the adequate amount of funds and details going to it to really improve and make a difference in folks' lives, because as the experience that I've encountered, it's not as great as I would have hoped for it to be. But again, thank you all for your time and for the effort into this budget. Thank you.
The next speaker is going to be Astrid Morales.
Good morning, Council. My name is Astrid. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I work with Power California Action here in Fresno. I'm currently 22 and cannot afford to rent on my own. I have 8 housemates right now, 2 who are living in my living room because they got kicked out of their homes because they couldn't afford the $200 rent increase. I get paid above the minimum wage, yet it's not enough for me to live on my own, which is unfortunate, because my youth, people as young who get kicked out of foster care out of 18, are farm workers, are people who are unhoused. We need places to go. This is why we are demanding for a $6 million eviction protection program. And I do want to thank you all for putting in $2 million, which is amazing. That is great. That's going to help so many people, but we need more. So $6 million towards an eviction protection program. We also we feel like we deserve a $3 million homeowner and rent assistance program that is inclusive for all, regardless of immigration status. $3 million for a rehabilitation project, and $1 million for a tiny home community pilot program to provide houseless community members with shelter, safety, and just basic amenities, and a community for all of us. I really do want y'all to think about, when you're finalizing this budget, is think about me, think about the youth, think about the high school students, think about that foster youth, because a lot of people don't stand up for those foster youth. Think about the unhoused people, the people who spoke before here, and really just think about how you can fund our futures, because in the end, this is the future of Fresno as well. And if we want this economy to thrive, we need to make sure that the wellness of our youth is okay. And if we're struggling, looking for housing, that causes stress and anxiety. So really, I do hope that you choose to fund more into the eviction protection program, the rehabilitation project, and the tiny home program that I mentioned. Thank you so much.
Next is going to be Marisa Moraza.
Good morning, council members. My name is Marisa Moraza, pronouns she, her, hers, with Power California Action. Also a resident here in Fresno. As we have named before throughout this budget hearing process, we want to make sure and ensure that we are funding specific housing programs. We have $40 million that have been allocated with ARPA funding to address housing. However, there aren't any specifics of where this funding will go. We have heard from our community. We need to ensure that we are protecting our renters and strengthening renter protections. We have also heard from our unhoused communities as well that they need shelter now. Additionally, there are about $80 million that have also been allocated for housing through additional federal and state grants as well. We need to make sure that we're being specific with where this is going now. We want to make sure that we can track where this funding is going, and we will be keeping y'all accountable as well. We want to ensure that this funding is being utilized to support our communities and to support those who are most at risk of being displaced, of being evicted, and losing their homes. We want to ensure that we are able to keep families housed. As Astrid just mentioned, there's a current crisis right now. Folks are continuously at threat of losing their homes, a threat of being evicted, or in the process of being evicted. So that's why we are asking that we increase the eviction protection program to $6 million annually. Thank you, Councilmember Maxwell, for initiating the $2 million for this program. And this is why we're continuously calling for the $3 million homeowner and rent assistance program, $1 million for tiny homes, and $3 million for housing improvement and rehabilitation projects. Please ensure that we are, again, specific with where this funding is going and ensuring that funding is going towards housing programs and services that will benefit our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, before I go on to the speakers who are on Zoom, Clerk, have you got everybody's motions in yet?
Waiting on two.
Okay, all right. I'm giving a hard deadline. You guys have till 10:30, or else it doesn't count. I'm serious. Anybody have any last motions? All right, motions, and make sure to email them in before 10:30.
Right. Yeah, just one more thing, as Columbo would say. Okay. Three more things, actually. To allocate $100,000 towards improvements at Holman Park. Thank you. $250,000 allocated towards slurry seals in Council District 2.
Second.
And the last one, and you'll love this one, $250,000 towards a street racing pilot program on the Herndon corridor, and if there's money left over, on other corridors like Kings Canyon.
Second.
Thank you. And that's it.
Okay, that's it. All right, 10:30, guys. Seriously, get them into Todd. If you, there's two people you're waiting on. We're not going to drop names yet. I might come back and embarrass you in 15 minutes if you haven't done it yet. All right, back to public comment. First speaker on Zoom is going to be Lisa Flores.
Yeah, I figured.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. First, let me take the issue of your raise. Today's a prime example of why you really don't need one, guys, or you get a cost of living. That's about it. You guys keep making motions. You need to show up prepared and ready to go. And interrupting public comment isn't showing me that you're that professional, as Louis would say, getting the best and the brightest. And also, too, I must also agree with the gentleman previously who stated, you guys did sign up for this gig. I know COVID was hard. I really know COVID is hard. Maybe 10%, but not 69. That is just seriously outrageous. The second thing I want to bring up is the free mom hug group will be out at the zoo, because you know what we do? We see the LGBT community. We see you, we love you, we hug you, we adore you. And I'm hoping that that Fresno PD will be out there to make sure that they come in and out of the zoo and exit into the park safely, and that the park is a safe space for everybody involved in the Pride at the Zoo. The last thing I want to bring up, and I know it's going to sound silly, guys, but what is the city plans going into the fall with the variant 4 and 5 coming up, which is, the COVID added with major respiratory issues? And also, what is the plan for the whole monkeypox things? Because literally the numbers from last week just doubled in California. And also, there seems to be some global outbreaks of polio going on. What is the outreach for marketing of making sure that people are up to date with their vaccination shots across the board? And what is the city of Fresno doing? Finally, in the public health situation, I'm wondering, what is the game plan for the feral cat population in Fresno? Because one of the things I really was interested in hearing was when monkeypox transfers into rats, it stays in your community. And the one thing that saves the community from rats is cats. So I would like to know, what is the feral catch and release program for the feral cats in Fresno, because they could actually be aiding in future safety of our community. And with that, I will let you guys go. But yeah, you guys don't need 69% pay raise, please. Really. That's just so insulting on so many levels.
You're right on time, Lisa. 3 minutes. Thank you. Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Kimberly Mccoy.
Good morning. My name is Kimberly Mccoy, Project Director for Fresno Building Healthy Communities. As a resident, a community advocate, and a local community leader, I am here this morning to ask for you to make changes to this budget. It's been the same thing year after year. No change for the community, but political gain for those at the top. In my 10 years of community advocacy, I have yet to see a budget that reflects me, my community, the communities my organization serves, and Fresno as a whole. The community demands more money in the general funds for parks and less for police. Measure P cannot do this work alone, especially when its dollars get taken advantage of by our leaders. Measure P has become a personal piggy bank for electeds, and it is reflected in this year's budget. Why else would we be using Measure P dollars to fund police budget for the park rangers? Federal ARPA dollars are funding what Measure C should fund, sidewalks and streetlights. We have paid $3 billion over the last 35 years. It makes you really question what the hurry is to get Measure C on the ballot this year and where that proposed $6 billion will go. It's not going to communities. This ARPA money should go to COVID-19 relief, essential worker pay, and a housing plan like the Here to Stay report recommendations, not basic infrastructure. The community demands programs like Advanced Peace receive the funding they deserve. Allocating money top programs that change communities will change the course of Fresno crime. More police have not helped in the past, and more will not help us now. The community demands more allocations for better land use plans and cleaner air. Bring in good neighbors for our communities, not more toxic facilities that pollute our air. I urge you to think about Fresno 10 years from now. Maybe after 10 more years, all those comments will have finally sank in, and our leaders will begin to understand what folks are asking for is about more than politics. It's about family. It's about our children. It's about safety. It's about our health. It's about our future. It's about one healthy Fresno for everyone. Thank you.
Next on Zoom is going to be Brenda Gisepe.
And I just wanted to start off by saying thank you so much for having the pride flag raised as an ally. I think it's so important that our community knows that we are in support and that love is love. Using gender and eyes, and I am trying to work on that as well. I know it's hard, but I think we just need to be careful about the words that we use. I also want to echo what was mentioned about using park funds for police. As a person that's blessed with rich pigmentation, I went through a lot just because of how I look, right? The color of my skin. I knew, early on that I have to dress up. Otherwise, I would be followed by security police, like around the stores, and just things like that. And I don't want anyone to feel that way. I know that, police are, you're supposed to feel safe, but unfortunately, people of color, we just don't. And it's not okay to use the park to beautify and make changes to our parks and other things for it to be used for police. No, that's not okay. They have their own budget. Let's use it off that. And yeah, so thank you so much for your time.
Next on Zoom is going to be Carla Martinez.
Hi, Carla Martinez with Leadership Council. First, we do want to say thank you to Councilmember Maxwell for pushing this program off the ground and into reality, and for allocating $2 million today for the continuance of the eviction protection program. We hope that Councilmember Maxwell works alongside residents who have access to the program to learn how to make this program better in the future. But we do still need the $3 million for home ownership and rent assistance programs, regardless of immigration status, funds for housing and rehabilitation projects, and $1 million for tiny home community pilot programs. All programs taken from the Here to Stay report, which the council still has not taken action on. Lastly, on item 1.0, this is a great step forward and is only one piece of the puzzle to keeping our residents housed and not further displace them. I just have a couple questions on this relocation program. There are no specifications as to how reallocation fees would be calculated. How exactly would those be calculated? We need to make sure people have enough to relocate based on costs now to move, which is a high security deposit, moving expenses, rental application fees, and so much more that cause a financial burden on folks who are displaced. Folks should be able to get their full security deposit refunded if they're being reallocated due to inhabitability. We also can't wait to see a community engagement plan for this reallocation program so residents are properly informed on their rights and how to access this program. Thank you.
Okay, coming back to the chamber, here in the chamber next, we'll have Tim Bueller.
My name's Tim Buller. I've been in this town all my life. Mr. Bredefeld, thank you for your service. I received an email last night late. I'm really unprepared about a 69% raise for council. Mr. Maxwell's carrying the ball, I'm sure, for somebody else. Probably the crook amongst us. He probably spearheaded it and laid that egg right in Maxwell's box.
I do recognize you from the folks who try to enter my house.
Pardon me?
Proceed.
Council member, let's let the speaker have their 3 minutes.
Pardon me? Pardon me? Anyway, 69% is really, really arrogant. Just like a lot of what's going on in this council. I looked up the city of Sacramento, which is close. Might have a few less population, but an infrastructure a lot larger. And they're getting, what, 93,000. You just got a raise of 80. 135,000 in a city like Fresno, a part-time job? Really? How arrogant can we get here? I'm done.
Okay, seeing no more cards here in the chamber. I don't see anyone punched up on Zoom. We'll go ahead and close. Well, actually, one more person on Zoom. Next on Zoom is going to be Haley White.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to call in and to thank Mr. Bredefeld for helping advertise the EOC event at our zoo and making dozens and hundreds of us who weren't planning to go get tickets and help them sell that event out, help them get more followers and subscribers in the last week than they ever thought possible, help the queer community plan not one, but two impromptu affirming events this week and unite us in a way that made us even stronger before and made yesterday's victory of the appellate court not listening to Adventure Church's argument even more sweet. So thanks for being a great ally. As I've said before, you're a disgrace to your seat, your constituents, and the God you claim to serve, but you're a really great ally to the queer community.
All right, and with that, I'll go ahead and close public comments. So can I get a motion second on the consent agenda?
A motion in a second.
Oh, we have a motion in a second already. Okay, fantastic. All right, any opposition? Oh, sorry.
Member on Zoom.
Roll call. All right, roll call this time.
Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Good. Thank you. Councilmember Carbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez, absent. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
All right, 6-0.
So go ahead and move on to contested consent. First item that was pulled in alphabetical order is item 1C, pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Just have a couple of questions for the director I believe this is under our airport. I'm supportive of the item, so I want to make a motion to approve.
Second that.
I just want to point out, Director, the offsite improvements that you guys were able to share with us the last couple of days and the clarification brought me to the point of being supportive. I know this is a unique property asset for the city and for the airport, but I do appreciate that we're finally making it a point to landscape and make offsite improvements to our city-owned assets. I'm hopeful that the rest of the city will follow that lead and also do the same thing for other assets. So thank you for the time, and with that, there's a motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. I don't see anyone punched up. Clerk, please call the roll on item 1C.
Certainly. Motion by Councilmember Arias, second by Vice President Maxwell. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell. Oh, absent. And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
All right, passes.
Next item is going to be 1E. Before we get to that, Councilmember Arias, you don't have any additional motions? You have some motions that you emailed in that you need to read out loud for the record?
Council President, the legal counsel has asked me to read these corrections. For clarity purpose, the amounts have not changed of my motions, but for motion number 6, first I'd like to make a motion to approve these edits. For motion number 6, the motion should read, motion to appropriate 150,000 ARPA funds to conduct audits as determined by the Council Finance and Audit Committee. Motion number 10, DPU to establish a $500,000 revolving loan fund for 5 years for a garbage compactor in downtown Fresno's Brewery District or Arta Americas. Motion 13, to motion to fund community engagement, assessments, and renovation plans for Tetsie Wills, Mary Ellen Brown, and Frank H. Ball from the existing funds identified as 660,000 on page C4 for the community centers in the proposed budget, 500,000. Remaining of these community centers will be allocated to Roding Park for improvements. Motion 15, motion to fund $1 million for utilities and deferred maintenance for Granite Park as a regional park from the proposed set aside for Chachansey Park in the proposed budget. Motion 16, motion to establish a housing development department. City staff will bring forward a proposal to council within 60 days. Motion 26, to restore $500,000 in neighborhood infrastructure dollars, the public works budget for each council district. Motion 28, to add $100,000 to a plan development department to fund smoke shop text amendment. Motion 36, to add $250,000 to EDC's contract for council priority areas. Those edits have been entered into record, Council President.
Okay, thank you. We're at 10:14 a.m. Clerk, do you have any outstanding folks haven't sent their motions in?
We have just one
I want a name.
pending.
Who is it?
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Councilor Butterfield? Just sending your motions in via writing to both Henry and the clerk. If we can get that in the next 15 minutes. That way they have time to print it and we vote here in a little while. Thank you. All right, moving on to item. Oh
Council
boy.
President,
Yes.
can you make sure that I get it emailed, please?
Excuse me?
Can you make sure that I get the new list emailed?
Oh, yeah, we'll do that. And maybe actually Councilman Redfield can have his chief of staff do the email because the next 3 items are yours that you pulled.
Yes,
Yeah.
she's been emailing them.
Okay, all right, so item 1E, and you pulled that.
I would just like, if I could, get some explanation, the purpose of this and the specific premise of these changes.
Hello, good morning. This was discussed in closed session, and the direction for council was to return with an amendment to this Fresno Municipal Code section relating to amending the administrative abatement process, and it's actually just returning it to what it was prior.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Clerk, please call the roll, item 1E.
So for 1E, motion by Councilmember Bredefeld, second by Carbasi, I believe that was. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld. Council Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
All right, passes. 7-0.
Next item is going to be item 1O, pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah, do you want to address it before I just ask questions?
Sure. Look, Councilmember Bredefeld, I'm sure every council member, including even the mayor, one of their top issues is addressing the homeless crisis. This is something that was kind of on my radar after talking with our code and our city attorney's team. Kind of learned that it was a bigger issue than even I thought. When our code enforcement, our folks go out, they do an inspection on somebody's unit, and they find extremely egregious conditions, talking mold throughout the apartment, major leaks, and they put a notice against occupancy, basically saying, hey, these conditions are not just bad, they're horrendous. You can't live in these conditions you can't live in this unit until these conditions have been addressed by your landlord. Under California state law, that landlord is required to pay 2 months fair market value rent for those folks to relocate until those property adjustments have been made. Unfortunately, that doesn't always happen here in the city of Fresno. Most landlords are doing the right thing. They're doing their requirements under California state law, but there are those bad actors that are not putting folks up and paying that amount. And it does lead to the increased homeless population here in the city of Fresno. So essentially what this ordinance would do is create a fund, which I have just made a motion for this morning in the amount of $50,000 to step up when landlords will not and relocate these folks for up to 2 months until their units have been fixed. It also allows us to go back and recoup 150% of the cost from the landlord, which my hope, and I think the hope of our city attorney's office, will act as a deterrent that those folks will do the right thing early on and not have us come after them with punitive damages down the road.
Okay, so, and what you said I can certainly support. Are there situations, though, where somebody has to be relocated due to the occupant's fault? This is solely saying that this is due to something that the owner ought to be fixing and taking care of, and then the tenant has to be relocated. And if the owner is not willing to provide those relocation expenses, the city will, correct?
My understanding is that these are conditions outside of the control of the tenant that would require the notice against occupancy. Is that what you're asking?
I think, yeah, that's what I'm asking, but go ahead.
So Member Bredefeld, I would like to introduce Christina Roberson. She's one of our wonderful code attorneys who's been helping to draft the ordinance.
Can't hear you.
We can't hear you, Christina.
There you go. There you go.
Good morning. In state law and in this section, there is actually a provision where benefits would not be paid for tenant-caused conditions. So that's actually subdivision C. If the tenant is the reason for the notice against occupancy, then the city and the landlord would not be responsible for paying those benefits.
Okay, and so this would, oh, it's loud. So this would be up to 2 months needed for relocation, and that would be relocation where? To where?
That's my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong, city attorney's office, but the discretion is up to the individual. We would pay for the commensurate. If they're in a one-bedroom, we'd pay the fair market for one bedroom. But really, if they're going to use that money to stay in a motel or a hotel, that's also allowable. We're not the ones picking out the locations for them. I don't think we have the capacity at this point to be doing that service. So really, it is up to them.
Okay, yeah, well, I'm not sure where they, excuse me, where they would be able to go other than a motel. As opposed
I
to
mean, if they could work something out with an apartment, if they could ask a friend or a family relative to rent out a spot in their place, it could be a hotel, it could be a motel, it could be an Airbnb.
Sure.
Really, all the options are on the table. The main objective is just relocating them as quickly as possible.
Okay, that answered my question. If you want to make a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. I don't see anyone else punched up. Clerk, please call the roll.
Certainly. Item 1O, motion by Vice President Maxwell, second by Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
All right. The last contested consent item is going to be item 1P. This is pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld, but it's sponsored by 3 other members. I'm not sure who wants to take the first bite.
Councilmember
Anybody?
Bredefeld, do you want to make a motion to approve?
I think I'll pass on that one, but I'm going to toss it to whoever wants to address it first.
Yeah, well, Councilmember Bredefeld, I know you pulled it, but as you recall, the conversation that we had last time was with regards to compensation, and we obviously did an analysis, and when we were working towards that, we tied it to Board of Supervisors at that time. I think on my end, what has been pretty evident based on the pandemic and everything that we've seen is that this is not a part-time job. You know, as many people know, council members work 12 to 14 hours. I know you do too as well. When there's an issue you're very passionate about. And so we felt we wanted to bring this forward and have it considered by the whole council. It's my last term. I know it's your last term, and this is kind of this cohort's last term. My hope is that in the future we attract highly qualified professional candidates for the position. And who knows, maybe we'll get lucky and get another psychologist from District 6 in the future. But with that, happy to answer any questions that you might have, or maybe if you just want to make your statements. I know we've done some media interviews, and I think people know where we're at.
Okay. So I don't want to interrupt. Do you guys want to? Okay, then I'll go. You know, we did just raise the salaries. I believe it was $65,000 to $80,000 3 years ago. So our salaries are $80,000. We have a $5,000 stipend, bringing the total to $85,000, which I think is very fair. I think we're compensated really quite well. To receive that raise, last time, you had to win an election, and you had people, when you were running, knew that you supported or didn't support that raise, which I think was very important. When I ran, people knew that I had supported, and I did support it. And so you got judged on that. In this situation, we do have some council members supporting this that were just elected, but the voters did not know that they were actually going to bring this forward, which I think is unfair to the voters. I think the voters have a right to know, since they're the ones funding these salaries, that in fact these council members were going to support it if they're going to support it. And so I think that's dishonest to their constituents, and I think for that reason alone, it shouldn't even be happening. I do want to address the fact that this is nearly 70% pay hike, which is pretty extraordinary as far as I'm concerned. We do have something called the Transparency Act, which is based on looking at benchmark cities. And if you would put that up, Brianna, because I want to share with the public these benchmark cities that we look at. So I don't know how well, there you go, a little higher, where you can show that. Fresno currently, you can see in the middle graph, it gets $80,000 for council members. Now that's fifth currently between those benchmark cities that include Anaheim, Bakersfield, Long Beach, Oakland, Riverside, Sacramento, San Diego, San Jose, Santa Ana, and Stockton. If we do this $135,000 raise, which is $55,000, nearly a 70%, we would go to the second place, which would be even higher than San Diego. Now, San Diego has 1.4 million people that council members are elected from and oversee in terms of policies and issues related to their population. We have about 550,000, but we would go to $135,000 more than the San Diego council members with approximately a third less the population. That doesn't make sense. That is not a fair analysis in terms of what you ought to be paid based on just the population alone. And if you look at some of the other populations, for example, Sacramento, there's 524,000. They're getting paid 98,000. We would be going to 135. Oakland's got 440,000 people. They're paid 104,000. Long Beach has got 466,000 people, and they're making $45,000 a year. So I think the proposal is an outrageous one, makes no sense. And when we look at it from a transparency and benchmark analysis, it makes no sense. If you put up the next chart. Now this one I think is even more significant. This shows, and we did an analysis of all the median household incomes in the different districts. And if you could make that a little smaller so you could see. Okay, not too small, but. So if you look at basically, first of all, for Fresno, the entire city of Fresno, the household median income is $53,000. $53,000. This raise of $55,000 would be a raise bigger than the average household median income. For the entire household of someone's income in Fresno, on average, this salary increase would be more significant than that. And if you look at the different districts, you look at, for example, District 3, the average household median income is $30,000. You look at the other ones, it's approximately 50. So based on just doing an analysis of what people have as income in our city, the very people that we represent, it's dramatic. The raise itself is larger than their total income in their homes. People are struggling. They have difficulty putting food on the table. They can't pay gas. And the message we're sending here is that we're going to take your taxpayer dollars and we're going to put it in our pocket even though you're struggling, because $85,000 isn't enough for us. We think we should be making $135,000. And what they want to do is tie this to the Board of Supervisors. Now, the Board of Supervisors are making $135,000, and their chair, the chairman of the board, is making $151,000. Now, I think those salaries, frankly, are outrageous. I've always felt they were outrageous. And what they've done there, the little scam they've had there since 1994, is they tie their salaries to judges. So they never have to take a vote. They never have to take the tough vote and face the voters as to raising their salaries. What they did in 1994 is every time judges get a salary increase, which they do, their salaries have gone up. So they've gone up dramatically. So they're making $135,000, and they never have to take a vote before their voters. They also receive a retirement plan, and they also have no term limits over at the board. They can raise money with no limits on the amounts. And so they've created a very nice, cushy job for themselves over there. Now, we have members here who feel, appropriately so, that we do as much work, if not more, than the Board of Supervisors. Now, whether that's true or not, they can debate it, we can debate it. But because there's one wrong doesn't mean we create another wrong. Two wrongs don't make a right. I think we learned that as kids. So we really should be fixing their salaries and the little scam they've got going on there, not joining them. And that's what this proposal is. This proposal is to join the scam, to continue the ripoff of the taxpayers and not be held accountable for these votes, like we did 3 years ago. And the fact is, the cost of this raise to the taxpayers, if you figure out 55,000 times 7, which eventually, not everybody immediately will get it, but down the road everybody will get it who runs for office, is $385,000 a year every year once this goes into effect. Now that's the cost of a lot of 911 dispatchers, police officers, student resource officers, but it's more taxpayer money that's going to go into the politicians' pockets rather than services for the people. Now, are the salary increases justified? I don't think so. When we look at the analysis just on benchmark, when we look at the analysis of what the median income for households are, it's not justified. But the other thing I think it's not justified is when we look at what the council has done over the last several years, when it shut down businesses, when it fined them, and there was about $80,000 of fines as people tried to stay open, so they could pay their taxes, so that we could collect the taxes, we were fining them, shutting them down, and throwing people out of work. And as a result, these people had to rely on government to survive because of the actions of this council and state government. Now, this council also supported, I didn't, but this council did, all the destructive school closures that took place that left children academically behind, socially isolated, struggling with all kinds of mental health issues. I don't think that should be rewarded. This council closed gyms, they closed golf courses, they closed city parks so the children couldn't play, the adults couldn't exercise. Keys to staying healthy physically and psychologically and fighting COVID if it was contracted. I've also highlighted the fact that there's been misuse with city credit cards, and there has been hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, from lavish meals, tens of thousands of dollars for flyers being sent out to people's homes, constituents, slick brochures with the intent of using staffers on the taxpayer dime to walk to their homes to deliver them, campaign materials bought with taxpayer money and city credit cards, parties celebrating becoming council president, complete misuse of taxpayer money, violating oaths to be good stewards of taxpayer money. I could go on, and trust me, I could go 10 more minutes discussing the misuse and waste of taxpayer money. Now, is our job as council members challenging and difficult? It certainly is. Do we all work long hours and come up with and get much criticism for the things we do? Yeah, we do. But we all knew that. I knew that running. I am a clinical psychologist, retired now, but I had a thriving private practice. I worked at the VA, and I sacrificed knowing full well there would be sacrifices financially to come here. But I have a desire to serve, and that's what this is about. You come here to serve. You don't come here to make money. If you're coming here to make a big fat salary, you're coming here for the wrong reasons. And this is about service, public service, and serving our neighbors and doing what we can to improve the city. We get paid a very fair salary to do this job. $85,000 is a very fair salary to do this job, and it's commensurate with other cities. So I can't support this. I really encourage our council members. This is for introduction. It'll be an adoption, I guess, in 30 days. It's wrong on so many levels. We shouldn't be joining the scam that's going on at the county because that's wrong. Two wrongs, as I said, don't make a right. The salary increases are clearly not justified. And I think if you listen to the public, once the public becomes more aware of this, they too will be outraged. And so it's my hope that council changes course, that if you decide you want an increase, it is commensurate with other benchmark cities, and that you have to run after you've made that vote so that taxpayers can determine whether they think what you did was right or not after you've won, and then you come and say, I'm going to reward myself with a $55,000 increase. That's wrong on so many levels. So for that reason, I'm not going to support it, and I hope the council reconsiders, and I also hope that if the council doesn't, that the mayor will do everything in his power to veto it, whether it's a 6-1 vote, 5-2 vote, or 4-3 vote, to convince 2 other people not to support this, because this is just completely wrong.
Appreciate that, Councilmember Bredefeld. And I think, you were there last time when we did a raise and you supported the raise increase. We had this conversation before. We were both colleagues on there. I just want to address something briefly that you mentioned because I don't want the impression of folks to even have the perception that somehow people were trying to be dishonest. I think during the course of a campaign, we get a lot of questions. We go to forums, community meetings, and things of that sort. But there's no way that everything's going to be covered in that conversation. I'm sure if, people in your district when you ran the first time would have known where you stood on the LGBT issue, maybe they might not have voted for you too, right? So there's no way of actually conveying every single position that you can take, but we agree to disagree on this. I think the amount of work that's put in by us is commensurate to what, and even more, what the Board of Supervisors do there, and we'll agree to disagree today on this. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve this item for introduction. That'll come back, but I want to make the motion to approve.
Second. Councilmember Carbasia, how do you punch up? You're one of the sponsors.
Yeah, no, I work closely with Councilmember Bredefeld, and I respect his comments. I totally understand that when gas is above $6 a gallon, it sounds almost crazy to be able to bring a proposal forward. Now, whether this passes or not, I will not get paid $1 more. My salary stays the same regardless. The problem is oftentimes we are on the losing end of votes because, and don't want to open old wounds here, but my aim in doing this is when you ask someone who has an advanced degree or you ask someone that's a working professional, maybe has a couple of kids, leave your career and come to this full-time job, which is an honor to serve, they still have to pay their mortgage. They still have to save up for their kids' college. And $85,000 a year, I'm sorry, but it's just not enough to attract the high caliber person we want to make tough decisions to actually raise average salaries and bring more employers forward in this community. And I really think that we need to do something to attract people to be able to come here. Look, the fact of the matter is, and I don't think the mayor's going to veto this. I really don't. It's up to the mayor to decide that. But the fact of the matter is, the average salary in the mayor's office is $115. The average salary in the city manager's office is $192 a year. So we are not asking for anything that's ludicrous, although it sounds that way because of the gas prices. The reality is, if you want to raise the quality of candidates that run for public office, you have to make it possible for them to leave their career to do this job. It's very difficult for people to do that. We were able to do that, and that's great, but we need more support up here. So with that, I'm ready to move forward.
Okay. We have a motion, we have a second. I don't see anyone punched up. Oh, okay. Councilman Brenda, sorry.
And again, I respect my colleague, Councilman Corbasi, as well as Chavez. But the argument that we have to raise salary to get more quality people, one suggests that because we have $85,000 a year, we don't have quality people. I would certainly dispute that. And secondly, all we have to do is look at some of the people who get very big salaries in Congress. I would argue the one we got in the White House, and they get lots of money, and we don't have quality people there. So I don't think it's about money to attract quality people. It's about service. It's about the heart you have to serve. And it isn't if I get $135,000, all of a sudden a quality person is going to get off from work and say, you know what, okay, that's enough money now I can do it. They know what's involved in serving. You're going to be attacked, and people will try to cancel you if you express your point of view, especially if it's one that they don't agree with. And no amount of money is going to ease that. The fact is, you have to have a passion for this. You have to have a strong passion to want to serve and to come up here and to knock on people's doors and to be asked where you stand. And it doesn't change a whole lot if it's $135,000. The only thing that changes is that these politicians get more money in their pocket and they take it off the table and the pockets of the taxpayers. And that's what goes on here. And unfortunately, it goes on too much. So I respectfully differ with my colleague on that. We need quality people to run because they have a heart for it, not because they're seeking a check.
For the record, I do think you're a high-quality public servant.
And for the record, I feel the same way about you.
Why don't you guys hug it out right now? Yeah. Councilmember Arias, you're punched up.
Thank you, Council President. Just want to, speak on this item. So when I was in the school district, you besides commanding a salary that the market supports, you also get to earn credits towards a pension. When I came to City Council, I took a 50% pay cut on just the salary and completely zeroed out my pension. So for 8 years, I do not contribute 1 penny to Social Security or my pension. 8 years that I have to figure out how to make up after my service on the City Council. I thought coming in that it would be a part-time job. That's how it was described. It's a part-time job, that's why there's no pension. But the reality was, within a few months, I realized that the community expects you to be at every event, 5 evenings a week, every event on the weekend, have dozens of budget and neighborhood meetings. The departments provide you this for 1 council meeting on top of a dozen budget hearings. And I find myself on this dais on a Thursday also participating in a League of California Cities committee meeting where we're rewriting the taxation code for the state, trying to be at two places at the same time. It's not just a 14-hour workday. It's not just the weekends and evenings. That doesn't even account for the death threats and the changes you have to make to where you live and how you live, because folks not only come to your house, but they come here and they wait for you in the parking lot, and they threaten and they track and, follow your kids around. And they show up and videotape your kids at their school while they're in recess. It is a completely different task for the fifth largest city. Just in the pandemic, we had 75 events to distribute masks, vaccinate people, distribute food. My counterparts and supervisors had 0 events in the pandemic. In my 4 years, my supervisor has not had 1 community meeting. When we look at compensation for our employees, we don't look at what the firefighter in San Diego is making or Long Beach. We look at what the firefighter at Fresno County is making. This year, we voted to make our police officers the highest paid in the Central Valley based on a raise that the Board of Supervisors gave sheriff deputies. That's who our competition is for talent. It's across the street. So when the administration proposes salary increases, when the union requests salary increases, it's always based on your local context. The supervisors have given a 20% raise. We have to respond or else we lose our talent. So our firefighters are the highest paid in the valley. Our police officers are the highest paid in the valley. Our department heads are some of the highest paid in the valley. And in the past, just to give you an idea, our city manager's compensation was $475,000. Our airport's director's compensation, $350,000. Our former police chief, $347,000. And that's because they get to pull down not just a pension, but retire once, retire twice, retire 3 times, and continue to generate money for the retirement. It's called the famous drop program. We don't get to contribute to Social Security, much less to the pension, much less retire 2 or 3 times to continue to build up a retirement. So I don't take this lightly, not only because of the folks that I serve, but because I know that to do this job well, you not only have to read the 10 inches of documents that the department heads provide you, you have to be present every evening and every weekend. In the world of social media, we're responding to Facebook messages at 11 o'clock at night over a tree being vandalized at Dickey Park or racing taking place on Jensen Avenue. It's not the part-time job that was advertised or was suggested. It is a 14-hour workday that requires you to stop contributing to your own retirement and puts you at significant harm for one's family and oneself. And for the next person who takes on this work, my advice to them is be prepared to put your family on hold for 8 years if you do this work. And be prepared to put your financial security on hold for 8 years. And that has the potential of leaving us with a very small group of individuals that can serve in this body. Those who are older, those who are retired, and those who have financial security. You won't be able to get somebody who is struggling to get by or who has college debt. You won't be able to get somebody who has a pulse with the people that they serve. So I don't make this as I don't take this lightly. It's significant, but asking somebody to serve should not come at the expense of their financial security or their physical safety. And that's why today I'll be supportive of this item moving forward.
Any additional comments? Okay, we have a motion, we have a second.
Council President, if I could interject, I just wanted to explain that right now the ordinance is being considered for introduction, and per the council rules, at introduction, the vote you may take a vote, you are not required to take a vote. So it's permissive in the council rules, but
We understand that, Rena. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we're going to call a vote, I think. Yeah, we're going to call a vote. Yeah, I agree a lot with my colleagues in terms of this being very much a full-time job. It's not something where you get to clock out at 5 p.m. and turn off. It's really more than a job. It's a lifestyle. Something that we enjoy. We enjoy the service, as my colleague had pointed out. So it is very different. Public service is to some degree a sacrifice, but as you heard from one of my other colleagues, there's no pension associated with this particular position. And so folks who get elected here are sacrificing 4 to 8 years of their 4 to 8 of their working years without building that up. So really kind of a bigger picture here. I think as Councilmember Carbasi alluded to, we'll see some of these races change in the future and different folks step up. In my economics courses, I teach, we talk about opportunity cost, right? And the opportunity cost for some folks to serve in a position like this, it tends to be too high of a cost to be able to step away from what they're doing in the private sector or at another agency, and to be able to provide the public with their good ideas and serve in this type of capacity. So again, I appreciate my colleagues bringing this forward. And with that, we have Councilmember Carbasi. Did you punch up? Or was that an
Yeah,
accident?
just look, to run a $2 billion budget requires the best and the brightest, and I hope the next council member for District 2 who will actually get this raise will be of that caliber.
Okay. All right. Clerk, please call the roll.
Certainly. Item 1P for introduction, Chavez motion. Vice President Maxwell made the second. Councilmember Soria.
Council President, we didn't go out to the public, or did we?
Already did.
So this is a consent item, so the public
okay.
the public had an opportunity to speak about this item.
Perfect. No.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
No.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye. Item passes 6-1.
5-2.
5-2?
Yeah, Soria and Bredefeld.
I'm just so used to the reflex. 5-2. All right. So that's item 1P. That concludes contested consent agenda. We're going to move on to the rest of the public agenda this morning. Again,
Council President?
Yes.
Excuse me. My apologies. I'm violating our budget rule. Staff just realized that we need a budget motion made by one of you, please, preferably you, Council President, to carry over the funding for the senior center because we're not going to be able to complete the real estate transaction in fiscal year 22, so we need to carry them over.
Second. So, yeah.
Well, I can't make the motion. Oh, you made the motion. Thank you.
Make a motion to carry over the senior center funding for the next fiscal year.
I'll second that.
Okay.
My apologies. Thank you so much.
Yep, no worries. Okay. Todd, you got that?
Yeah, carry over the senior center funds to next year.
Okay. Do
Motion
you need
by
an email on that, or are you okay?
I think we're okay with.
Okay. All right. That was all pretty clear, I think. And then, Councilmember Maxwell, you have edits that you have already submitted in writing but need to be read publicly into the record.
These have been submitted already, but per the clerk's request, reading into the record for further clarification, this is motion number 8, clarification. Motion to build shelters for the 10 most in need and eligible bus stops in District 4 that are not currently sheltered or have any immediate plans to become sheltered. Motion number 18 was a motion to allocate $100,000 for consulting services and implementation of the text amendment initiated last year by District 4 regarding sensitive use locations. Motion 17 was a motion to add an additional $400,000 to the climate adaptation plan to make it a proactive and prescriptive document. And then motion number 40 was a motion to appropriate $50,000 of the $200,000 allocated funding for outreach for minority communities to fund outreach for the tenant relocation benefits ordinance and outreach for Fresno's eviction protection program.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
And we do have, I did get the final council member's motion. in writing. It did include the dollar amounts, and if, Councilmember Bredefeld, would you like to quickly just reread your motion into the record with the dollar amounts? Or I can do it as well, either way.
No, go ahead. I had my chief of staff do that.
Go ahead, clerk.
That was, so the first motion to fund landscaping the median islands on Copper Avenue between Bryant and Chestnut. That estimate is $600,000, so that estimate is new, part of it. And then $1 million to fund a brand-new 8-court tournament facility for pickleball at Rotary East Park. So those were seconded by Maxwell and Chavez.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So again, we're going to move on to the rest of the public agenda. Then we'll vote on the budget motions, and then we'll hit closed session probably this afternoon. So first, non-consent item on the agenda is going to be 10 a.m. item number 2 to CFD in District 5. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing right now for 10 a.m. item number 2. If there's any member of the public who'd like to speak with respect to the CFD number 9 in District 5. Seeing no one here in the chamber. One person on Zoom, Glenda Jackson. Glenda, if you could unmute, and it's your opportunity to speak on 10 a.m. item number 2 regarding the CFD number 9 in District 5.
Motion to approve?
Okay, looks like Glenda dropped off. So I'll go ahead and close public comment at this time. We have a motion, we have a second. Clerk, please call the roll on 10 a.m. item number 2.
Certainly. Motion by Chavez, second by Vice President Maxwell. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
7-0.
All right, moving on to 10:05 a.m. item. This is a hearing to consider the city's master fee schedule changes. I'll go ahead and open this up to public comments. Well, actually, you want to go ahead, Steve? Not Steve. Sorry, Scott. You want to go to your presentation?
Yes, thank you, Council President. Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. And this is an item we've worked on together along with our police and fire departments. Here today is Jamie Gomes, Principal of Economic and Planning Systems, for a presentation. I just want to introduce this, sharing these are the fees that pay for new developments, share of new capital facilities. This is not for operations and maintenance. But this is pertaining to the fees paid by new development. State law, Assembly Bill 1600, known as the Mitigation Fee Act, does require that agencies periodically review and consider their fees. The state does not require that we increase fees, but it does require that the council make certain findings. So 1 year ago, we retained EPS, a consultant. They've done great work for us in years past. To prepare Nexus studies for major streets, traffic signals, police and fire facilities. And Mr. Gomes is here to present the findings of that Nexus study. I wanted to highlight we have had 2 meetings with the development community, a number of stakeholders, even including a tour of our current police headquarters and talking about our challenges and future needs. But with that, let me introduce EPS to walk through the presentation.
Go ahead.
Council President, can we skip the presentation and just get to Q&A? These are impact fees, so I'm sure you're just going to break down the math for us.
Okay. So I have, well, let me go out to the public first, and then I have some folks punched up here for their questions. So go ahead and open the public hearing for the 10:05 a.m. item on the master fee schedule. We have two people on Zoom. First is going to be Ivanka Saunders.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Ivanka Saunders with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. I'm making the comments regarding the development impact fee update. While new development should be responsible for mitigating their impacts with appropriate fees, the concern is that these updates will continue the cycle that we have seen in Fresno for far too long, in which the established infrastructure and existing communities will deteriorate and not receive funding sources as the city does not adequately evaluate the cost of new development in Fresno's outskirts. History has shown us that sprawl development has not paid its way as we were led to believe, which is why this council financed an economic feasibility impact analysis in 2020 city budget. My question to you all is, have these new impact fees taken into account that analysis? Has that analysis even been completed? These updates to our master fee schedule appear to be bare minimum, especially as we compare them with other nearby cities. We ask that in your review of this master fee schedule update, you take into account the consequences that this will have on the whole city and not just focus on the needs of a few maintaining the longstanding status quo of how this city has unsustainably developed. We cannot continue to allow the burden of new developments fall on the taxpayers or at the expense of established communities. Thank you.
All right, next speaker on Zoom is going to be Lisa Flores.
Good morning. I'm one of the reviewers on the District 1 Planning Review Committee, and I actually really would appreciate, and I'm kind of offended that there is not going to be a presentation because I really would like to see that. Also, too, I have to agree with Ivanka. As we review projects in District 1 and in Northwest Fresno as they're coming in, even in your district, Mr. Kravasi, I'm looking at my 20 years as a professional planner and thinking there's a lot of development that's going in with just the bare minimum standards, and there's not a lot of development going in with the 20, 30, 40 years growth plan for your roadways, sidewalks, and such. So yeah, I would like to see this presentation, because right now you're asking the public to comment and we haven't seen the presentation, which is, just asinine if you ask me. So let's see the presentation, please. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more public comment, go ahead and close the public hearing. Come back up here. I have Council Vice President Maxwell punched up first, followed by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you. If I could have Mr. Benelli come up for a couple of questions, please.
Good morning, Vice President Maxwell. I'm Andrew Benelli, Public Works Department.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for being here. You did a really great job explaining park impact fees a little while ago and where those could be spent. I know you sent an email either late last night or this morning talking about roads, police, and fire and where those impact fees can be spent. Would you mind reiterating that for me, please?
I don't remember what was in the email, but I can go into some detail on the street fees and the fire fees. They are not spent on maintenance ever. They're always spent to accommodate new growth. So when you look at street impact fees, they would be spent in an area where there's new growth. Fire would be new fire stations in the area to accommodate growth, or expansion of an existing fire station to accommodate more growth.
So it could be an existing fire station as long as it's in a new growth area? Is that what you mean?
It can be even in the core of the city if there's growth. So we do still have growth in the core of the city. We have multifamily, higher density. So even though you don't see a new subdivision going in, it doesn't mean that there's not impact fees collected in that area. So we often spend money to make improvements to an existing fire station, maybe add a new truck, or just improve the facilities to accommodate growth.
And does this same hold true for the police impact fees?
It does. the police is a little different because they don't have as many stations as the fire department has. We do have some police substations. We just built a new one on Fancher Creek Drive in Argyle. But they also add cars and some of the other equipment, the uniforms and the other equipment they need to keep their operation going.
Thank you. And the street signals?
Traffic signals would be the same. We have traffic signals that we fund citywide because even though the growth might be in Copper River, that individual that lives in that house may drive downtown. So we do fund traffic signals citywide.
Those don't have to be in new growth areas.
They don't, but they have to be the impact has to be caused by new growth. So there's typically a share on a traffic signal. It's not 100% impact fees. It's usually shared. Most of our signals that we do as capital projects, we get grants, and then we use the impact fees as the matching funds.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Benelli. That's all the questions I had.
Thank you.
Councilmember Arias.
Thank you. I just have some overall concerns that I want to put on the record. I'm not prepared yet to support this as drafted, just to be fully transparent. And I do appreciate the fact that half my council binder today is just the impact fee report and the Nexus study. For those of you who are not familiar, we get this on Friday, and we're expected to read it all weekend and then get a couple of days before the council meeting to ask staff questions. My day was yesterday to be able to get some clarity on a 1,000-page report that determines fees across, significant development in the city. But my observation on this recommendation, staff, is that we're actually decreasing the fire facilities impact fee for industrial, office, and retail. And as you know, my district has quite a bit of industrial zoned, especially as you get to that reverse triangle and those distribution centers of million square feet of, industrial development do require significant fire facilities. We are yet to build a fire station with the correct apparatus and design to deal with such massive developments, but yet this recommendation would essentially reduce the potential fees that we could collect over time to pay for that capital need. So that's a concern for me. I recognize the retail and office might be different since there is more folks going away from brick and mortar, but they're going towards online, which the online distribution is industrial warehouses. I want to make sure that we're able to capture sufficient amount of money so we don't have to subsidize the construction of a new fire station in that area. I don't think the general fund or citywide taxpayers should be subsidizing a new fire station for, Amazon or any other huge distributor. So that's my concern. The other concern I have too is that the increases for the regional street fees for heavy industrial is only 1% increase, while the increase for housing is 42% in some of these fees. Again, when a distribution center comes in, their impact to regional street infrastructure is significant. When you build a single-family home, an apartment complex, we know how many car trips are generated. When Amazon is built, it takes up the infrastructure of the freeway. Their vans take the infrastructure of residential streets. Their traffic is far superior than any other development or uses out there in the city. So I'm not comfortable with, it just being a 1% increase for heavy industrial uses for the regional street fees, because they have become the primary reason in my district for traffic congestion. And I have not seen them pay their fair share of addressing that traffic congestion on regional streets. And then lastly, my concern on your proposed rate increases is around housing. We're in a housing crisis. 42% increase for housing fees is significant. I need time and with staff and other folks on understanding what the impact's going to be for that. Are we essentially making it more expensive to build, whether it's market rate, affordable, new development, infill development? Because what's going to happen is we'll have an applicant come before us and tell us that our fees are an obstruction to the development, and then we'll be asked to develop a fee waiver program to pay for those fees somehow. So I want to be thoughtful about the 42% increase in housing, given that we're in a housing crisis. Yes, we set aside 40 million in the budget, but we don't know how we're going to spend that 40 million. I don't want to simply have the rates increased for housing on paper to simply have the city pay for that increase from other sources. So know that I'm going to continue to study these increases, but as drafted, I have huge concerns with the discounts that it would propose for industrial and commercial and the significant increases for housing. Thank you, Council President.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Okay. Seeing none. Do we have a motion in a second yet? No? We have a motion from Councilmember Carbasi. I'll second that. All right. Clerk, please call the roll.
All right, motion by Councilmember Carbasi, second by Council President Esparza on the 10:05 item. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias, absent. Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
6-1. Passes.
Okay. Moving on to the 10:10 a.m. item regarding the Park West development. This is in District 1.
Good morning, Council President Jennifer Clark, Director of Planning and Development. The item before you is a proposed development agreement. Park West is a master planned residential development on approximately 160 acres with 844 single-family units and an interconnected trail system and a 2-acre park. It was approved in January 2021, and Park West has requested a development agreement. A development agreement is to provide certainty for the developer regarding term and vesting rights of the maps of fees and reimbursements. The city has provided certainty for specific improvements to be built, including timing of these improvements. This DA is for a 2-acre park, which will be constructed within 1 year of the completion of 240 units. Trails and paseos will be constructed within each phase of the development. A CFD will be approved for the infrastructure maintenance and a CFD for public safety services. Staff does recommend approval. Public Works is available if there are questions regarding specific improvements that are included in the development.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take the public, open the public hearing. If there's anyone in the public who'd like to speak with respect to this item.
Council President,
Yes.
I'm also going to be making some amendments to the development agreement.
Okay, let me get to the public hearing here. Actually, I don't see anyone in the chamber. I don't see any hands on Zoom. Oh, we have one person from the chamber. Okay.
Good morning, Council President, members of the council. Darius Gisepe representing Granville Homes and Park West Development. I have a brief presentation, if this could be handed out to council members.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't know if we need the whole presentation, Darius, unless the council really wants it. I know that we've discussed some changes, and so I wanted to put the changes for the record and make sure that they're part of the development agreement.
Yeah,
If you want to talk about the park, we can talk about that, but.
Okay, so let me just I was just going to give a brief background of where this project is.
Very brief.
So it's west of 99, south of Shaw. As Jennifer alluded to that, this body approved the project January of 2021. We're in the development process. So this development agreement basically outlines certain requirements that we have and certain timelines that the city of Fresno will be working with us on. Really, and I want to thank Councilwoman Soria for working with us on this project to get to the down to the 2 items that we have that we've been discussing with city staff, and that really comes down to the park. The request, the park impact fees that we will be paying over the build out of this project is over $4 million. And the park design fee that the city has budgeted, we believe it just basically offers grass and concrete sidewalks and trees. And so our request, and working with Councilwoman Soria, is to get additional funds from the park impact fees to build a fully amenitized park in this part of town that is so underserved. We have the image of the park that can be built with the city budget, and also the one that we have actually offered to build, which is approximately $1 million higher than the city dollars to get a fully amenitized park in that part of town. Be glad to answer any questions. Oh, I'm sorry, the second part is the CFD. This project was annexed about 10 years ago. This property was, but there's a public safety CFD that the city is working on. We're already making sales in this neighborhood, and we cannot take any of our buyers into contract until we have a CFD dollars, and the percentage increased, in the years to come. But we got an email this morning that what those dollars could be going forward. So we're open to we're open to that, even though it's an additional burden for the customers that are going to move into this neighborhood, even though the property is annexed. Be glad to answer any questions council members have. I also want to thank City of Fresno staff and city manager for working with us diligently over the last, it feels like 5 years, but it's only, it's been 6 months, many meetings to get to where we're at today. So thank you, staff and city manager's office. Be glad to answer any questions you may have.
We'll come back.
Council
if we need
President?
to.
Yeah, Council President, I just want to make a motion to approve the development agreement with some changes, and we've discussed this. Obviously, for me, parks has been a critical issue, and I do want to increase the amount of park facility impact fee credits set forth in section 5.6 BII of the development agreement by an additional $1 million, so that the maximum park facility impact fee credits or reimbursements. Additionally, Mr. Asimi also brings up the issue of the CFD not being finalized. I want to make sure that I know that the development agreement is subject to the CFD, but with a stated amount. And I don't know if the attorneys can help me with this. I know that, and Scott, you wrote an email about how much we are anticipating the public safety CFD to be. So if we can, at minimum, I know that they're already working on 2 tracks, make sure that they are subject to, I think it's like between, I think you said 175.
Councilmember Soria, I'm going to interject. The clerk has let me know that we're out of order. You kind of jumped in prematurely. We need to do the public hearing and then close the public hearing.
Okay.
And then we can do the motions.
Sorry.
Okay. So again, going back to the public hearing, we have 5 folks punched up on Zoom. I don't see anybody here in the chamber. So going to Zoom, we have first Eran Johal.
Hello?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me on. So my name is Aaron Johal, and I am a practicing real estate agent and broker in the Fresno area. Our offices are located on Alluvial and Nice. And what I want to talk about today essentially is, the developer has proposed, an option B of a park with amenities. Now, as someone who sells real estate across every zip code in Fresno, I can truly see the discrepancy in neighborhoods, what one park offers versus another. Let's For example, this builder has built a park on Copper and Triumph. And, that park itself is being used, and we see families getting out during the evenings. And, I'd like to think, they feel safe being out and about during, all hours of the day. And so when I see the first drawing of proposed Park A that the city is aligned with, it calls for the basics. What I really support is a park with more amenities. Not only will this lead to more users using the park, families will feel safer getting out and about. And this also has to do partly the park usage as it relates to obesity rates. So as we know, obesity, has always been on the rise, and with making a park that's more friendly towards, the consumers using it, the facilities, playing basketball games, playing soccer, running through the trails. I use Woodward Park, and I rollerblade there. I go jogging there, with my friends. And one complaint I've heard is whenever I sell houses on the people who refer to it as the other side of 99, a complaint I hear from a lot of my clients sometimes is like, oh, hey, we don't want to go to the other side of 99. Take us to Clovis because they have more amenities. And so what I'd love to see essentially is a park with more amenities, because at the end of the day, when we're moving people into neighborhoods, they like a park with more amenities. They will enjoy it instead of getting in their car, going all the way out to Woodward Park to have a birthday party. As I understand it, regional parks like Woodward Park, residents feel better to use a park that's in walking distance compared to one that's all the way down near Woodward Park. And so what I'd like to ask is, if you look at the whole grand scale of things, when we're selling properties in neighborhoods, the amenities affect clients wanting to purchase a house in the area. It affects value. Parks are an amenity, and they do benefit the community members. And I truly feel parks with more amenities, as described by the builder, will be a benefit to the community. Thank you.
All right, next on Zoom is going to be Soraya Iftisin.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hello, thank you. So my name is Soraya Iftisin. I live in 4111 North Blythe Avenue, zip code 93722. So my kids, my husband and I have been living in this area for 4 years now. And except Inspiration Park, we don't have any other park that offers new amenities in this area. Sometimes we end up taking the kids all the way to Oso de Oro or Orchid Park. And we are in need of parks that have all these amenities that Granville is proposing. And I am here to support the enhanced proposed concept. And I would respectfully ask our council members to approve it. Thank you.
All right, next on Zoom is going to be Wafa Nijmin.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me on. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. I live on the other side of 99, if that's what we are called. And it's very difficult to find a park where I can take the grandkids to play and have swings and whatnot. Now, there are no parks around us in this vicinity. With the coronavirus, the kids were forced to be at home, forced out of school, in homeschooling. And now with the prices of gasoline, it is impossible to find a close by park. So I'm fully supportive of having a park with amenities that the grandkids can use and the neighborhood can use. If I have to drive all the way to Oso de Oro, I have to consider the gas price today. Not to mention that kids in this neighborhood don't have memories to grow up with, such as the previous generation, which is my kids. They remember the parks, they remember having birthday parties at the parks and whatnot. Woodwood Park is too far. Oso de Oro is now far, considering the cost of gasoline. And there is nothing on this side besides a dog trail park in the neighborhood that I live in. So I'm fully supportive of having the park built, and hopefully one day I could, take the kids before they're teenagers and out of the house too. So I am fully supportive of this park. And I would ask the city councils to approve, please. Thank you.
Next is going to be Savak Tatojan.
Council, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Savak.
Good morning, Council President, members of the council. I want to start by first saying congratulations to the council members who were victorious this month. The community is looking forward to you leading us in the future. I want to just say that I'm supportive of Granville's vision of Park West. And it's funny that Oso de Oro was mentioned, because I have a story about Oso de Oro. You know, those who know me know I have 3 small kids. One day after work, I took my kids to Oso de Oro. They had a blast over there, and I saw someone from my neighborhood there driving like me all the way over there, because we don't have a park with the amenities like the first speaker mentioned as well. So I'm full support of Granville's vision. I've seen the parks that they've built. I've seen the green spaces that they've built. My in-laws live in a Granville home next to a green space, and they love it. So for me, living on that side of town, I'm excited. Let's give Granville the opportunity to show off what they can do in West Fresno, like they've done in other parts of the town. Let's make it happen, council.
Thank you. Next, we have Lisa Flores.
Well, here's what my issue is. The financing of the park. Is it going to come out of developer fees, or are you gifting Measure P funds for this park in an area of new homes, whereas in other parts of the city, there's so much long-term generational need. So my question is, can someone please explain how the funding's going to work and where is that coming from, so I could better understand it? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Brandon Klein.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Brandon Klein. I've lived in the area of Shaw and Grantland for going on 15 years now. Raised 2 children, one up through Central and now graduated Fresno State, another that's still in Central Unified. And it's kind of no secret on our side of town that things seem to take a little bit longer and are often just not quite what they're promised to be or they could be. But now looking at Veterans Boulevard finally coming together, and a really cool Central Unified complex that houses an elementary school, a junior high, a high school, and a stadium, all in that same area. What a great opportunity to go big and have a park with everything that everybody wants. I don't need to repeat how my kids had to travel to go play basketball and hang out and play soccer and go to parties and things like that, but it is true. We have a chance here. If I'm correct, it is coming from developer fees and will be priced into the cost of new construction. So if that's the case, what a great chance to get the most out of their money and the most out of their purchase price and have a gem right in their neighborhood, especially pickleball and basketball. They're so great for families of all ages. Pickleball's a blast. It's getting really popular. It's just a great opportunity that I encourage you strongly to support. Thank you for the time.
All right. Next on Zoom is going to be Fabiola Felix.
Hola, buenos días.
Buenos días.
Bueno, yo quería decir que yo también estoy a favor de que se construyan más parques, porque yo pertenezco al área del Distrito 3, específicamente en West y McKinley, y veo la importancia que es. Soy mamá de 5 niños, entonces soy otra de las personas que estoy viajando al área de River Park, a los parques, porque me siento más segura que mis niños jueguen en ese tipo de parques. Creo que necesitamos que el dinero se distribuya equitativamente en cualquier área de la ciudad, porque yo vivo en este distrito y veo las necesidades de alumbrado, de calles y necesidad de parques más cerca para que nuestros niños puedan jugar ahí. Espero que tomen en cuenta lo que les estoy diciendo este día y gracias por escucharnos.
My name is Fabiola Felix, and I am also in favor for more parks to be built. I live in District 3 in the area of West McKinley specifically, and I have 5 kids, and I travel to Woodward because we need more parks in our area. And I feel like more money needs to be distributed equitably throughout the districts because that we need to have parks that are a lot more closer, and I hope that you take into mind what I have just said today. Thank you so much.
Okay. Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Dave Kidder, Realtor. Dave?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry about the blatant advertising. I did not mean that to show up that way. I am going to echo what I've heard repeatedly about the attractiveness of the parks that Granville has done in other areas. When I first advise a person to sell their home, the very first thing I suggest to them is that they make their landscaping as attractive as possible. I think this is a selling part for wanting to live out in that area. I echo that. DeSoro Park was where we took our kids growing up, and if I had a park similar to that in this area, it becomes a destination for the people that live in the area. So I fully support that the council would approve of this, and it is my understanding that the fees are being charged to the people who are buying the park, that it's not coming out of the fund. So I fully support the park that Granville has put forward. Thank you.
Next on Zoom is going to be JB.
Yes, can you guys all hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hello, my name is Jack Beering. I live near the 99 in Herndon area. I'm a strategy and banking consultant by profession. I'm here to request that the council members approve the builder's proposed design. The developer, Granville, has proposed a park with several added amenities compared to what the city has proposed, but these added amenities will greatly benefit our overall Fresno community. And based on the proposed design, it will actually get utilized versus some other parks that are just areas just to sit down and view. The original plan that this was proposed had just the basics, but the one proposed by Granville will have much more usability, and I think will also provide desirable and additional recreational facilities. As you all know, the community will have much more features, as mentioned, soccer. I think someone else mentioned basketball, pickleball, and large play areas, which will benefit all the children. Again, this will not just benefit us as adults, but also our future, which is the children. Currently, myself, my family, we have to travel to the other side of town just to become active, enjoy the parks like Woodward Park and the designs that Granville has made on the Copper River side. We have seen several parks that Granville built, and we also understand and see the usage that those parks receive by being more active. They're really beautiful, and they truly depict the future that Fresno is going. As I will also mention, they're very immaculate in design and also very functional. Secondly, I do want to mention that the largest cause of death, or the second largest cause of death, is obesity, which is lacking on being active. These parks will provide not just the adults, but children to be active from soccer, as previously mentioned, basketball, and many other amenities, pickleball. The city version is just an area to view the greenery, but the image that Granville has depicted on the future state of this park, it will provide us many more sports to be part of and enjoy. And I believe that the communities need to promote their residents' well-being. Creating recreation areas is one way to cater to the needs of both the mind and body. I mentioned earlier one of the leading causing us death is obesity, but the second one, as we're seeing today with COVID, is also mental health, as well as social health. having these beautiful amenities will also increase and the well-being and our mental health. So for our community to reap the benefits of parks and recreations, I strongly urge our councilmen to please approve the design proposed by Granville. Again, parks and playgrounds can become the hearts of our community, meaning community planners should make these recreations areas a high priority. Please approve the design proposed by Granville. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no folks here in the chamber, seeing no one on Zoom. Oh, we have one person on Zoom. Estela Ortega, welcome.
Sí, buenas tardes a todos y buenas tardes también a la mesa de los concejales. Pues aquí donde yo vivo, yo soy del distrito 7. Aquí todavía hay partes donde faltan banquetas, las carreteras también no están en buenas condiciones. También el alumbrado tampoco no está muy bien. Se necesita que se reconstruyan aquí más parques porque no hay suficientes parques para los jóvenes. Más áreas verdes donde pueda uno caminar y que los canales estén más limpios. Necesitamos que inviertan en estas comunidades que somos desfavorecidas, porque siempre somos los más afectados. Entonces, para mí los parques sí son importantes y los carriles de bicicleta también. También faltan muchas paradas de los buses donde no hay sombra y se necesita que se arreglen esas sombras también para que también cuando hace calor podamos estar esperando el bus porque no hay muchas sombras también en esta área de la calle La Cirar. Ya ve que es una calle que tiene diferentes escuelas. Entonces, pido de favor que nos escuchen y que inviertan en estas comunidades. Esa es mi petición y espero que tomen acción y ahora sí me escuchen porque pues he estado siempre hablando mucho tiempo y no se mira nada de cambio. Y también que ya no pongan tantas licorerías cerca de las escuelas, porque miramos cada vez más licorerías y pues a veces estando cerca de las escuelas no es positivo para nuestros niños, no es algo agradable tampoco. Gracias por escucharme, ese es mi comentario. Gracias a todos.
This is Estela Ortega, and she says, good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon to all the council members. I'm from District 7, and there are still places here where we need sidewalks, and the streets are not in great conditions. Also, the sewage isn't great. We need more parks built, more green spaces where we can walk, and for the canals to be clean. We need you to invest in the communities that are disproportionately affected, and for there to also be new parks and bicycle lanes that are also very much needed. We also need bus stops that have shade so that when it's hot, we can wait in peace because there is no shade spots, like, for example, on the street of Cedar. It's a street that has also a lot of different schools. So I ask that you please invest in these communities. This is my ask, and I hope that you listen to me now because I have been speaking very long and there is no change. Also, I ask that you don't put so many liquor stores close to schools because we see so many of them, and them being close to schools isn't something that is positive for our children. Thank you so much, and this is my ask.
All right, thank you. All right, so again, no one's punched up on Zoom or in the chamber. Go ahead and close the public hearing. We'll go in this order. Councilmember Soria, we'll circle back to you first. Then we have Councilmember Chavez, and then the city manager would like to speak as well.
Thank you, Council President. So as I mentioned earlier, I did want to make a motion to approve the development agreement with the following change, which is increasing the maximum amount a park facility impact fee credits set forth in the section of this particular agreement at 5.6 lowercase b lowercase iii of the development agreement by an additional 1 million so that the maximum amount park facility impact fee credits or reimbursements. And
Second that.
yeah, and then the other part, I know that just wanted to make note that the developer mentioned, the city is in the middle of completing the CFD. And so, you know, I've been a big supporter of making sure that development that does happen in this area does play for the additional services that it's going to take, especially for public safety. And so I know that there was an issue to ensure that they are able to have their sale agreements finalized before the CFD. I don't know if Scott Mosier is there, but if he could provide the amounts that we're kind of projecting so that they can use that information for their sale agreements.
Yes, good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works. So as you may recall, Council, this council did approve an agreement with a consulting firm, NBS, who has a lot of expertise in this area. So they are pretty close to an admin draft of that study. And as we've shared with the Granville team, with the developer, we can assure the developer that would be a not to exceed amount to, again, this is to make up the revenue shortfall in property tax. It would be not to exceed $200 per single family home or $150 per multifamily dwelling unit. And that would be, what that would be is the additional costs needed for new development in the growth areas that has the 62%, 38% city-county tax sharing split to have enough revenue for the current baseline services for police and fire with the city. So we have provided those figures, and it would have an annual adjustment similar to our other community facilities district. So that's either 2% or the consumer price index adjustment for this region. It's not additive. It's whichever is greater between 2% and the CPI. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. So just for clarification, so my motion includes the proposed change in addition for the resources. I know that the city manager wants to chime in to talk about what a city park versus, you know, what the option that the developer is offering. What I will say, because I know that the city manager will make some comments, is that at the end of the day, and we've had these conversations, it is a policy decision, right, as to how we want, what kind of parks we want. And west of the 99 has been shortchanged for far too long when we look at the lack of green space. And so I want to see beyond just, you know, what the kind of basic park that we, you know, give fees back, that we have something that has more amenities. It's important. You guys heard from some of the residents that live in that area, but that's what I consistently get asked for. And that's why for me, it's important that this park does have the ability to be credited up to another $1 million for all those additional amenities. We'll get the park built faster and in a much more an affordable rate than, you know, some of the other parks that we're building across the city. So that's why I'm supportive of these changes.
All right, council member, well, actually, city manager, we'll go to you, then we'll circle back to Chavez.
Okay, thank you, Council President. Which was a good segue off of what Councilmember Soria said. So totally agree that ultimately this is a policy call, but I think what it's really important to put on the record, because I heard a lot of the public comments about you know, the city version of the park versus the Granville version of the park. So I just want to make sure everybody understands the process and the fee credit program, you know, is based on park impact fees that are charged to developers. And so the developers pay their park impact fees, and then pursuant to the Nexus study, they are able to get reimbursement on a per acre basis. So the fee credit that is recommended by the staff is based on the policy that was in place at the time that the fee was approved. So the fee that was approved was a park that had less amenities than what everybody wants now, and agreed. We definitely want to see, and this administration certainly supports parks to have the types of amenities that the public and the users desire. But I just want to make sure it's clear that we as staff have to implement the policy that was in place at the time that the fee was imposed. And unfortunately, it didn't support a reimbursement at that higher level, because the fees that are imposed don't just cover this park, it covers future parks that need to be constructed west of the 99. However, having said that, this council, as the policymakers, if you want to have a different policy, that is absolutely within your purview, and I support that, and I know the mayor supports that. But we thought it was important to have this discussion on the dais in public, so that everybody was clear of the process. So moving forward, if this council wishes to have higher amenities in the parks, then that would be really good feedback for us to have as we are talking about the fee study for park impact fees. Because in order to support those higher amenities, we are going to need a higher park impact fee. And in the past, maybe the public's view was different, but there wasn't at the time this fee was imposed a willingness by the development community to pay that higher fee. So if that has changed and everybody sees the value of having many more amenities in our parks, and ultimately, that cost gets built into the cost of a home for a developer. So if the development community is willing to pay those higher impact fees, then we can absolutely have a fee credit program that provides reimbursement for those higher impact fees. But given that, we're stuck in the middle where we're operating under the old policy, the only way that we felt comfortable was having this discussion out there and out here, and certainly what Councilmember Soria's action as far as making a motion to sort of revise that policy to allow for a higher reimbursement is supported by this administration. I do want to note that at some point we will have to come back and backfill a future park that is going to need to be built of west of 99. We'll have to backfill either with general fund, Measure P, a grant, or something like that, because in essence, by funding this at a higher level up front, we're going to be shorting a future park, and that's okay. If you all as policymakers want to fund a higher level now, we just have to remember at some point in the future, we'll be coming back and saying, hey, we're going to be short on this park. We're going to need to bring in some other funding source. So I just want to make sure everybody's clear, so nobody's upset in the future when we have to come back with another funding stream. So once again, we support what the council member is suggesting, although I will have to say where we left it with the developer was at a lower number than $1 million, but ultimately it's a council decision, and we'll support whatever the council wants to move forward with. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, City Manager. I appreciate that. And I think, it makes it clear in terms of where we're at. But I do think that this is going to be a great addition to the area, not just to that new development. I think all the development that has happened over the last few years west of the 99. So excited about that. Thank you for the support.
Councilmember Soria, the clerk and the attorney would like you to restate your motion for clarity.
Let me pull it up. So my motion is to approve the development agreement with the following change, which is increasing the maximum amount of park facility impact fee credits set forth in section 5.6 lowercase b, lowercase iii of the development agreement by an additional $1 million, so that the maximum amount park facility impact fee credits or reimbursements, or does reimbursements.
If there's not a second, I'll second it.
Okay.
Council member, may I suggest that you instead of right now it says The maximum park facility impact fee credits or reimbursements allowed shall not exceed $987,264. May I suggest that you say instead of that number, it will be $1,987,264? That would make it cleaner for us.
Okay, that's perfect.
Okay. All right, so next punched up, we have Councilmember Chavez, followed by Councilmember Carbasi.
Actually, the question that I had already been answered, Council President. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Carbasi.
No, thank you. I really appreciate the comments of my colleague, and I understand the logic of the city manager. We've talked about this before, and it makes sense. I think in this case, and this is the reason why I seconded this motion, this is located west of the 99, which is Forgotten Fresno. That's part of my district as well, but this is, of course, south of Shaw. And really, their green spaces are open fields that are brown. And it really is a desert for park space. So what we're talking about is creating a, not just any neighborhood park, but one that is open not just for this neighborhood, for public access everywhere, that won't be a drain on the general fund because the residents in the area and the CFD will pay for the maintenance. And it's not just any park, it's the quality park you have, let's say, in Copper River, now being built in Forgotten Fresno, and it's really difficult to say no to that. So I appreciate the motion of my colleague, and ultimately, the impact fees that are being paid by the homeowners in the area, it's great that they go to parks we can build now, and if we build it in this way, it's a lot cheaper than us building it with prevailing wage. And we can build it now, but the other issue is, I understand we'll probably have to shore up the money at some point in the future, but the promises of parks in West 99 have been going on generation after generation, so 80 years from now, when we build the next park, West 99, then we can shore up some money. So anyways, thank you very much.
Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Just want to respond to the city manager's comments on, like, where the council is, and I agree with the comments, but I also want to make it clear and reaffirm the fact that the voters have said they want better parks with the passage of Measure P. The council, went 4 or 5 hours with the Parks Department, the Public Works Department about why aren't we improving parks fast enough. The community is asking for better parks on a daily basis. So as you go forth in this, process for new fees, I think it's completely fair for staff to be pushing on the fees necessary to build new parks to the standard that we're going to be building our existing parks. I don't want to see, as we improve our existing parks through Measure P, a decline or a bare bones park in the new development areas. Although they'll be maintained by those new homeowners, I think we have to kind of rise both boats at the same time in terms of quality. And I do want to express that we need to get this capital project for the Parks Department done quickly, because that's holding up our ability to adjust park impact fees. So I'm looking forward to it, and I think the message is clear from the public and for us. We want better parks in new developments and existing developments, and we need the fees to address those, and we also need to hurry up and get Measure P dollars out to improve those parks. So thank you for the time.
All right, anybody else on the dais? Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Certainly. 1010 item as amended, motion by Councilmember Soria, second by Councilmember Chavez, and then re-seconded by Carbasi. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And President Esparza.
Aye.
7-0.
7-0, okay.
Thank you. Build the first class kick-ass park with the night.
Thank you. All right.
Make sure you fix the roads too.
All right, the negotiations are over. Moving on. So we have our last public agenda item for the day, notwithstanding the motions. Item 3A, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, let's go out to the public on item 3A, actions related to the airline use agreement with all of our different airlines at FYI. Seeing nobody on Zoom, no one in the chamber. Go ahead and close public comments on item 3A. Any questions, comments from the council? Okay, clerk, please call the roll on item 3A.
Certainly. And I think I had Carbasi as the second on that? Is that who I heard?
You guys flip a coin. Carbasi.
All right. All right, 3A, motion by Esparza, second by Carbasi. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes, for our very patient airports director.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
All right, 7-0.
7-0.
Thank you all, and thank you to the airport staff also that were toward the back for hanging out with us this morning. This is a really big thing for us, so appreciate it.
Who's making sure the planes are landing?
Good question.
I thought that was your job, Chavez.
Yeah, you land the planes, right? All right, so that concludes the public agenda. What we're gonna do here is go to lunch. We'll come back at 1:30 for a vote on the motions that were made throughout the budget process and hearings. Following those votes, we'll move into closed session to end the day. All right, enjoy your lunch.
Well, Council President, we'll get an update on all the motions coming.
Oh, yeah. So we should hopefully have that in our. Is it our email yet?
We're just about done. Just last I heard is just one last little clarification.
Yes.
Okay.
You'll have it before lunch.
Yeah. So we'd like paper
Not
copies for the
before
members
lunch.
who are here. Paper copies, and in addition, the electronic copy for everybody as well. council, shall we proceed? So we're now going to move to the voting of the budget motions. Before we do, are there any final additions or clarifications before we jump into it?
Are we
Clerk?
taking additional motions right now?
I asked you not to, but technically I can't stop you.
Council President, I just want to make a note to ask the administration, is there any clarifications or motions they want us to make?
How kind of you.
Thank you so much for the offer. I believe that we're covered with the one that you made prior to lunch. Thank you so much, though.
Thank you.
Okay. Clerk, did you have any clarifications?
No, I don't. It's actually, what I thought was missing is actually there, so
Okay.
we're good.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Yeah, and I do apologize. Surprisingly, once we had this meeting, I had residents reaching out, oh, can you take care of this, take care of that? So these came up. I'm going to make two motions here. One is for $45,000 for concrete work at North Brooks Avenue and the cul-de-sac.
Where?
I'll give you the address. I'll send it to you guys. It's on North Brooks Avenue in District 2. This other one, there's a part of the district that has never actually had any major milling and paving and slurry seals done. So I'm going to allocate $900,000 for road repair and maintenance, including the neighborhoods between Herndon and Alluvial and then Van Ness to West.
Second.
Yeah, and I'll include that in the motion. And then I just have a quick question. I'm so sorry, Director Mosier. We talked before about potential synchronization on Palm Avenue, which is a very expensive, long-term project, and I apologize, I did not tell you about this beforehand, but if we did this in increments, if we were to do the study that would take a few years, how much do you think we would need to start that process for synchronization along Herndon? I'm sorry, Palm Avenue, not Herndon.
Along Palm Avenue. All right, staff, we can have that to you in just a few minutes here.
Okay, I apologize
we
for
have
not checking
city-
with you guys beforehand, I know.
We have the information, we can have that in just a few minutes.
Okay, all right.
Councilmember Carbasi, do you want to do an up to amount, and then we can,
Yes.
Director Mosier?
Give us a up to ballpark. Up to $1 million, up to 500,000.
And this is just for the first phase. It will take a few, yeah.
We won't hold
Correct.
you to it, Scott, we promise.
We actually have a complete project estimate on that for everything on Palm, including the ADA work and such. I need to check
Okay.
with our team as to, I will have that within
well,
just a few minutes.
It's number 92, so we have
Okay.
a few minutes, hopefully, for you to get
Well, I'm
that.
just going to make a motion to put that onto the board pending the dollar amount we get from Director Mosier, and then, of course, our budget committee can look that over and make the decision there. Is that fair? Okay.
I'll second that if it's a motion.
Thank you.
And
I'll send
for-
them over right now.
For motion 90, which was the $45,000 for concrete work, who was the second on that?
I was.
Miguel. Oh, Luis was.
I'm just trying to move it along.
Okay. Thank you. I'll send those over right now, clerk.
Thank you.
Okay, no additional clarifications. So we now, instead of 89 motions, we
Council
have
President, just
91
a
motions.
quick question to Councilmember Chavez on number 20. At the end of that line, it says, on the Avenida de Chavez, it also says "and MLK." Did you mean "and like MLK"?
No, so, thank you for clarifying that. So that had to do with the work that will be done in Southwest Fresno on extending MLK Southwest. Yep.
Okay, let's see here. All right, so council, what I'd like to do is propose, we have 91 motions.
Council President, I'm sorry to interrupt you. This is Brianna, but Councilmember Soria has been raising her hand.
Oh, Councilmember Soria, you like to chime in?
Thank you. Yes, I had one last council motion since everyone's making motions. Wanted to see if I could make a motion to approve up to $3 million of the housing dollars that have not been allocated for gap financing for the foster care or foster youth housing at the San Joaquin Hotel.
I'll second that.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so council, here's what I'm thinking. I might have some additional clarification on mine. But I want to put this out there. We've done this. This is my fourth budget. It's kind of the same process we've done every time. We have one member on Zoom today, so it'll be every single vote. 91 votes will be roll call votes.
I'll make a motion to approve all motions as submitted.
You read my mind. So I have a motion and a second to effectively create a consent agenda of motions.
Second.
Okay.
For clarification, Mr. President, we actually have funding for the POM synchronizations. I'm going to remove that motion.
Okay, so you want to withdraw. What motion number is that?
92. Thank you.
Okay, so motions 1 through 91. We have a motion and we have a second.
And we have Soria's new motion.
93. Okay, so 1 through 91 and then also 93.
For the record, my motion is to approve all motions 1 through 91 plus 93.
Okay. All right. So actually we need a roll call vote unless there's any further discussion on this motion.
Call for the question.
Good to go?
All right, let's do this then. We'll take a roll call vote.
All right, approving the budget motions. Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi,
Yes.
Councilmember Arias,
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell,
Aye.
and Council President Esparza.
Aye.
7-0.
I think, I don't want to jinx it, but I think we might be on our way to getting a 7-0 vote next Thursday, depending how this thing completely unfolds.
For the record, it does include a motion for the mayor to smile since we just saved them 4 hours of debate.
Yeah, I thought we'd avoid the 4 hours of debate. We'll save the debate for next week for the final show. Okay, well that completes the public portion of the agenda. City Attorney, will you read off the closed session agenda, please?
In closed session today, we have conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Esparza versus Bredefeld. Conference with legal counsel, potential litigation, Esparza versus City of Fresno. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, J&A Mash and Barrel LLC versus Superior Court of Fresno County regarding property located at 809 East Olive Avenue. And that is also conference with real property negotiator. Conference with real property negotiator for property located at 1343 East Barstow. For this item, Councilmember Soria is recusing herself from item 5E due to a common law conflict of interest. Conference with real property negotiator for APN 438-022-24. We will also have conference with labor negotiators, all labor. And lastly, the public employee performance evaluation, city attorney. We do not expect to have any reportable items after closed session.